Hello and welcome everyone to Ragnarok here with a very special Let's Play of Warhammer 3. We are going to be playing as Alberic of Bordeleaux, legendary difficulty as per usual. And the theme is going to be the Heirs of Atlantis. We're going to be getting back a little bit to the channel roots and doing a little bit of philosophy or philosophizing or something like that. That's sort of what's at the heart of the channel when we started way back almost 7 years ago. Good God, how time flies. But what we're going to do today, the background image here is of Atlantis and the Atlantean Records, courtesy of the Library of Alexandria. Here on YouTube, we are going to be listening to a lecture by Manly Palmer Hall on the evidence for Atlantis in Greece and Egypt. And this is sort of the pilot sort of test to this sort of thing. And if it goes well, I will be listening to more of Mr. Palmer's lectures on Atlantis, and we'll continue this campaign. So I'm interested. I'm excited. This is a format that maybe we can do in the future for, like, I mean, the sky is the limit. Like, who knows what sort of philosophy we could get into on the channel with this sort of thing. So probably what I'll do, the lecture is about 2 hours long. I'd like to go for about 4 hours today. Depending on how the chat is, how active the chat is, I'll pause the lecture from time to time. I might want to chime in here and there as well, and try my best to listen. I find that when I'm gaming and listening to something, I kind of almost like tune it out. It just becomes like background noise. So I'll do my best to listen to this. I've listened to this lecture once or twice already. It's a very, very good from what I remember. And yeah, that's the plan as per the lecture. Now, in terms of the gameplay, to try and go along with the theme, what I want to do with old Alberic here, I thought Alberic was the perfect guy to be the heir for Atlantis. Obviously, the Trident, Bordeleaux embarks upon his long-desired Grail quest from the Bretonian colony of Burgundy on the coast of Lustria. So he's master of the sea. If we take a look at his lore, Alberic has proudly displayed the crest of Bordeleaux, the tri-forked trident of man, god of the waves and storms. Like man, Alberic of Bordeleaux is tempestuous as the sea, as relentless as the tide. He is strict and courageous, hailing from a long line of powerful dukes who have led Bordeleaux with the patience of the unremitting ocean to security and prosperity. Alberic intends to be no different, much like the waves that crash endlessly against the Bretonian shore, so too does Alberic never cease. Whilst many do not see his progress, it is effected slowly, but with the inevitability of nature. The other thing I like about Alberic is he's wearing this fancy old helmet, so you don't necessarily know who the man behind the mask is. So I think that fits in with the theme as well. And then in terms of the campaign itself, what I'd like to do, and never do my plans ever come to fruition. Philosophus Rex is here. He says, hey, Reggie, getting geared up for another marathon session. No, I plan is for 4 hours tonight. I feel like you know that little tickle you get in the back of your throat before you get sick? I've had that since last night, and I'm hoping it doesn't get worse, but I want to get a good night's rest. I've got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to do another co-op in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I have to pick up the new cooler for my brand new CPU, my Ryzen 9 5900X. So I cannot wait to put this into the machine. But anyway, actually, if you look closely, there it is right there. But yeah, the cooler, I didn't want to install it with the cooler I have presently. I got a new cooler, and I missed the delivery today. Unfortunately, I was streaming when the delivery arrived, so I wasn't able to pick it up. Rex says, I know so many people who are sick. It's going around our town. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, like, I don't feel tired or anything like that. It's just I just got the little tickle. So I'm hoping good night's rest and lots of fluids will get rid of it. But how are you, Rex? Are you back to normal now? Like, I mean, back to normal as in back to your routine, no longer jet lagged, and settling into newlywed married life, I guess. Hope everything is going super well. But yeah, what was I saying? So the campaign itself, the plan is, I'd like to take the starting province here, and then I'd like to take this province. And what I'd like to do is create sort of a maritime empire. I don't want to get bogged down in Lustria, so we'll have to probably leave some form of garrisons here. But Alberic himself, I'd like to sail over here, take these isles, and then I'd like to sail up to, I call this the Iberian Peninsula. What is this? This is, I can't think of the name of it at the moment. But basically what would be Spain on a regular map. Get rid of the Skaven, uproot the Skaven, and then sail out here to the Galleon's Graveyard, and then on to Uthwan, and then the goal for the campaign is to take Uthwan as sort of our form of Atlantis. So that's the plan. Create a maritime empire. I don't want to do any confederations, so no confederations with the Bretonnians. What I want to do is play a strong diplomatic game. Lots of alliances. There's stuff in the tech for Bretonnia that improves alliances with men, elves, lizards, all those folks. So basically, I want to make a maritime empire and a confederation of the goodly races, essentially, is the plan. So things never go to plan, though, especially in my campaigns. But anyway. Rex says, oh, yeah, I'm totally back. Good. Rex, you a hockey fan by chance? Are you, who do you cheer for? Ooh, this is a very important question, too, because, anyway. All right, so let's kick it off, and here in a moment, I'm going to kick off the lecture on Atlantis by Leslie P. Mann. And I apologize for the audio. The audio is a little bit rough because I think, actually, I'm not sure when all of these lectures were recorded. Some of them I know were recorded in the 80s when he was a little bit old, when he was older, but some of them might be recorded earlier than that. But anyway, I'm not entirely sure when this one was recorded, but the audio is a little bit rough. But if you attune your senses, you should be able to hear it fairly well. Here we go.
We would like to hope that the present series will advance two
Shibble, that's not true.
useful purposes.
Maybe it
One
is.
is to contribute something to our historical and philosophical orientation in relation to ancient man, and the second, to unfold a more or less comprehensive method for approaching highly controversial issues.
All right. Before we continue, I just want to know how, like, I could adjust it so that it's a fair bit louder. But I probably have to tweak the in-game settings as well. Are you guys able to hear it clearly enough, or do I need to bump up the volume? You know what? Actually, what I will do is I'll bump it up a bit. I won't bump it up full, but I'll bump it up a little bit. Okay, yeah, here we are. Let me see. Just a little bit more. Just a couple of decibels. And that should be okay for now. But yeah, if it's too hard to hear, I can tweak some settings. I tested it earlier. It was good enough for me on the microphone or on the headsets, but whether or not that translates to listening on a device or not is hard to say, because every device the sound is different anyway.
We know that the Atlantean hypothesis
thank you, Peter. I appreciate it.
Is held to be a simple, inevitable fact by some, who are unfortunately in a position where they cannot too strongly sustain their positions. It is also held to be a myth by others who have...
Shabal says, who was the one who spoke it was FDR. So we are listening to Manly Palmer Hall, who I guess was a historian, but you might even be able to classify him as a mystic, or even a keeper of ancient knowledge, or even like, I would even like, he's the breadth of his knowledge of our ancient history is staggering, and he's spoken to elders and a lot of the like a lot of the knowledge keepers from like the ancient tribes, like the Indians, the native Indians, and things like that. So I've just really discovered him over the last, like, I'd say like 6 months, and I've cracked open one of his texts here as I have at home. But over the last few months, I've been listening to a lot of his lectures, and the story of Atlantis is one of my favorites. And that's what we're listening to is the a lecture on the records of Atlantis in Egypt and Greece. So obviously this is ties into Plato and whatnot, but yeah, it's a really, really good lecture in my opinion. But yeah, Marcus Wolfart, what's going on, man? All right, let's continue.
Have inadequate means of supporting their negative point of view. Thus, actually, we are in the presence of a mystery story. A story which must be examined in the weight of such evidence as is available, recognizing with Aristotle that rational evidence is acceptable in any learned group. In other words, the workings of the reasoning faculties can as truly and completely demonstrate a fact as so-called scientific method. Nearly all so-called scientific fact has either come from reasoning process or led to it.
Peter.
Therefore, the facts, apart from reason,
true.
lose most of their utility. But reason, if trained, may achieve facts not demonstrable on the level of academic observation or experimentation. Thus, we must try, throughout this entire series, to estimate our values, to gather such evidence as can be gathered, to interpret it with a largess of spirit which is consistent with good sense, thoughtfulness, and thoroughness. We are not seeking to attain an easy believing, but also we are not interested in denying merely because others have denied.
I really, really like the way he sets it up before he lays out his argument and the evidence. and what he just said there, just because others have denied it doesn't, like, let's look at the evidence. Let's look at the evidence rationally and in its whole, and using sort of our best sort of notion of the scientific method of the observable facts that are available to us, and let's see if we can come to a reasonable, rational conclusion about Atlantis. Is it just fairy tale, or is there something more to it? Shibble says, Plato spoke about Atlantis, but from what he says, it's hard to understand that he's talking about the real city that exists, that he visited. You feel more like he's describing what a perfect city should be like. Could be, but I believe Mr. P. Hall is going to talk about that in this lecture, so I'm sure he's going to get to that, because we'll see if he gets to that, and we'll come back to that, Shibble.
Or doubting, because doubts are fashionable. What then is our basic problem? This problem deals with the existence of a comparatively important culture group at a time which we would generally regard as prehistoric. Perhaps better we should say that this group stands in the dim dawn light between prehistory and history. The moment we begin to consider this period, we learn several important negative facts. The first is that in spite of our achievements in many branches of learning, we have not been especially successful in pushing back the boundaries of history. We divide the world now into two distinct groups or periods, one historic and the other prehistorical. About prehistorical eras in general, we have a fair knowledge. We know something of the primitive man. We have the Piltdown skull, the Neanderthal jaw, and things of this kind, which tell us that at a remote period, the primitive ancestors of humanity lived upon this earth, struggled against the natural hazards of their times, fought monstrous animals, and perished into limbo, leaving but primary and rudimentary artifacts or remnants of their survival.
That's
by geology,
Bell.
We come to some
doing
knowledge,
some massive damage.
and by the further aid of ethnology and anthropology, we have a picture of the remote world. We also have a fair picture of the modern world, from the rise of the civilizations of Egypt and those which flourished in the valley of the Euphrates down to the present time. It is this strange, shadowy interval between the prehistoric world and the historical world that we know that gives us the most baffling problem. We are unable to trace the emergence of civilized man as we know him. We are also confronted with a curious circumstance that historical research sustains, namely that for the most part, history is the continuing record of the collapse of systems, of cultures, the decay of peoples.
Just wanted to chime in there. That's an interesting take on sort of like a definition for history as the record of the collapse of peoples, the continuing record of the decay of civilizations. Kind of interesting way of describing it, but anyway.
The decline of nations, the disintegration of empires. History is almost an unbroken record of things dying, fading away, falling into neglect and oblivion. Thus, our history of races is a history of decline and fall. Scattered around the earth are the prehistoric records and remnants of peoples called the Old People. These peoples we have neither any clear way of envisioning, nor can we adequately reconstruct their mode of life. For the most part, the records and remains of these people are to be found in stone, carving, or monument. To such we must add the usual accumulation of the ancient rubbish pile, broken pots, ancient decorations, primitive implements, and equally primitive ornamentations. Yet as we look around through these early shadowy remnants of things, we see flashes of considerable cultural insight. We do not know where this insight came from, but we observe a strange conglomeration of things extremely primitive and flashes of high genius. The artists who ornamented the interior of the caves of Spain and France with their prehistoric drawings were not, strictly speaking, amateurs. Today, modern art is seeking to capture the vitality expressed in these ancient prehistoric paintings. The masters of old architecture who have left the ruins of temples, shrines, cities, and monumental statues and memorials in various parts of the world were not strictly savages. They possessed an unusual ingenuity. They also revealed considerable mathematical, astronomical, scientific skill. Who were they?
That's another really fascinating point, is that these ancient peoples have these glimmers of brilliance, and especially with mathematics and astronomy. Mathematics, astronomy, language, the oral traditions, memory, all of that stuff. Like, I mean, when you get to Plato and Socrates criticizes writing, because writing is sort of like one of the newer technologies, and he criticizes writing, calling it sort of a crutch to memory. And like, that's the thing. You look at these ancient peoples, and they had a real fixation with the stars, but also an uncanny knowledge of astronomy, and it just kind of bewilders the standard model of history, where I don't know, I mean, where you have these peoples that are supposedly very primitive, right? Shabal says GG. Thanks, Shabal. Anyway, obviously, you can put it much more eloquently than I can. Yeah, we'll probably need lots of cash during this campaign, so we'll go with the cash. But anyway, let's continue with Mr. Hall's lecture here.
Where did they come from, and where did they go?
Yeah.
One would think that persons specializing in these fields would be so intrigued by this riddle that they would be impelled to examine it, to give it greater consideration. This might well have been the case had it not been the scientific world rapidly developed a mass hypothesis, a grand strategy, and was content to permit supposedly or obviously irreconcilable factors to remain comparatively unconsidered.
There was another thing that he said a moment ago, which is really intriguing also, and that was the riddle. Like, where did these people come from? Where did they gain their knowledge? And where did these people go? And historians, I think, shamefully have done an inadequate job of answering that riddle, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I don't know. Fascinating stuff. All right, so the chivalrous code, we aren't going to do any of these. No confederations. I want to make a sort of like a confederacy or a League of Nations sort of thing. So we've got lots of texts that can improve our diplomatic relations. So these are what we're going to work on. And then after that, I'm not entirely sure. I was thinking too with Bretonia. Here's the thing. Usually what I do is peasant archers and then supported with cavalry and no infantry, and just use the cavalry to protect the archers. But the thing is, like, the trebuchets, the cost is only 163. What if we didn't use archers at all and just use trebuchets instead of the archers? Do you think that would work? Trebuchets and... or would that be too limited? I don't know. What I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts on that. If we, like... if we did anywhere between like 4 and 8 trebuchets in an army, and then the rest made up of knights and heroes, how would that work? Would that work? I don't know. Though their archers are very useful. Anyway. What are we going to build here? What's the plan? What is the plan? So we start with this, which is nice. I wouldn't mind upgrading it right away to unlock the Knights of the Realm, because they're pretty much superior in every way to the Knights Errant. Their bonus versus large is one of the most important traits in this game, especially for a cavalry or infantry unit. Just super useful. Though the questing knights, the armor piercing is super important as well. Anyway, let's turn on the lecture again. Let's see if I can try and think a little bit.
It was much easier to ignore certain evidence than to change the grand concept which would not include it in a satisfactory manner. I think the problem in Mexico is indicative of the general train of thought. Down in the civilizations that extend from central Mexico practically to Peru, there are several schools of archaeology that have been hard at work for many years. These schools can be roughly divided into 3 groups of thinkers. We will call them the American, the German, and the Mexican. These 3 schools represent 3 degrees of caution. And wherever we come in contact with these groups, we have more or less the same experience. Not far from the city of Mexico are the famous pyramids of the sun and moon at San Juan Teotihuacan. These pyramids, which most of you have seen at least reproduced in pictures, are monumental structures, obviously planned, well executed by a highly intelligent group of artisans and architects. So we can assume that we meet 3 of these archaeologists standing at the foot of the Pyramid of the Sun. We turn to the American archaeologist and we say, when were these pyramids built? And if he is a forthright man, he will say, probably, we really do not know. But you must certainly have some opinion on the matter. Oh yes, we have that. Where facts are few, opinions are numerous.
I like that. Facts are few, opinions are numerous.
Well,
but it's true.
I would think, says the American archaeologist, that they were probably built about the 12th century A.D. Perhaps the 10th. And if we want to get very, very optimistic and run into danger of strong criticism from headquarters, we can suspect perhaps as early as the 7th or 8th century. But certainly, they are post-Christian in their monumental construction. And why do you say that? Well, we say it because it was not until the rise of the Tarascan peoples and other groups in the Great Plateau of Mexico, until they had reached a certain culture level, they could not have produced these monuments. They have to be recent. So you then turn to the Mexican archaeologist and you say, what is your opinion? And he will say, well, we do not really know either. But from our researching and from our thought, we suspect that these monuments are older than the American school believes. We would like to suspect that these monuments might go back 1,000, maybe 2,000 years before the Christian era, and that they were built by peoples who preceded the historical group in the Valley of Mexico. This assumes, of course, the existence of a pre-Aztec culture in this area. And according to the German viewpoint, the existence of such a culture is intimated in the remaining records of the Nahua peoples, for they distinctly seem to imply that these monuments were ancient at the time when they first reached the Great Plateau of Mexico. So the German scientist is inclined to be a little more generous.
Just saying about the ancients, like the ancients are often described as very primitive, right? And their knowledge of astronomy was uncanny. Astronomy, mathematics, knowledge of the seasons, their architecture. I mean, you look at these pyramids, like the pyramid structures, like pyramids in Giza, what's left of them is the skeleton of the pyramids. The capstones were likely, the pyramids were capped and then encased in gold, and the capstones were likely mined to build mosques in Egypt. But the pyramids themselves have never been duplicated, and there's good reason for that. Like, their precision is just uncanny. But like the ancient peoples are often depicted as very, very primitive. And I mean, there are a lot of channels on YouTube that talk about Egypt in particular. Like there's a channel called Uncharted X that does a really good job of sort of pointing out the difference between some of the really unexplainable things that were done in Egypt in terms of like their tool working, like what is it, granite, like there's like granite stuff that's carved out of granite that would be like difficult to do today with modern technology, with diamonds and things like diamond cutting tools, let alone like the explanation is that it was done with stone tools. It's totally absurd. But yeah, Uncharted X does a great job of exploring some of these anomalies in Egypt with sort of their technology and things like that. But anyway.
Then you turn to the Mexican scientist, who actually is in a strange way in the best condition and position to understand the achievements of his own people. He has had his ear to the ground for a long time, is well aware of the legendary and lore that are definitely parts of the descent of our records in this region. And with a typical Mexican shrug of the shoulders, he will say, "We do not know when they were built, senor. It is our opinion that perhaps they were built 8,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. But we are convinced that they are far more ancient than has been suspected. And that the only reason why the present fashion is to insist that they are recent is because our whole concept of culture is based upon the concept that man's more recent state indicates a superior attainment. Therefore, that the man of the dawn of time could not have produced such monuments. Our picture of him does not permit him to have such ingenuity and advancement."
Chabal says it's just the thing that's hard for us to accept, that they weren't as smart as us. It's like after the fall of the Mayan Empire, people found it hard to believe that their ancestors had built these great cities, and they thought that the gods built these mountains. It's hard for us to explain how they did it, not saying they didn't know how to do it. Yeah, no, 100%. But yeah, the mystery is, how did they do it? And the real mystery is, when did they do it, and who really did it? I think are kind of like the really big mystery. But I think you sort of like hit the nail on the head with what Manly P. Hall is saying here, like that there's definitely some kind of inconsistency with our story in terms of the historic accounts. These are not great, but we do need some healing, some life magic for the armies.
But remember that we have no picture of this man except the one we ourselves have invented, so that we are really locked by our own invention. We have come to a conclusion, and we are trying to make the facts fit into the conclusion.
That was a really poignant point there. And yeah, the fact that we don't really have a clear picture of these peoples, and we've sort of concluded what these ancient peoples really look like, and what the makeup of their society was, and we're trying to make all of the facts, all of the clues fit into with the conclusion that we've already made, when science is supposed to work on a hypothesis, and you're trying to basically you're trying to disprove the hypothesis, and the longer the hypothesis can withstand being disproved, the more credibility it gains, until eventually the hypothesis hasn't been disproven so many times that it starts to become a theory. Anyway.
In other words, we are reasoning from a conclusion. and not toward one. This is, generally speaking, the...
Shabal says, you know the parable of Plato's cave? I do. It's flies way over my head, obviously. I feel like that's no surprise to anyone, or should be no surprise to anyone. But it's yeah, the parable of the cave is very, very, a very interesting little story there.
Attitude in nearly all parts of the world relating to ancient monuments. The modern materialistic school insisting upon everything being recent. The more conservative Teutonic mind being a little slower to arrive at such an end or finding, and the native peoples, whether scholarly or unscholarly, uniting in the concept of an extraordinary antiquity to certain of their most famous monumental structures. We do, of course, in some cases, enjoy native records. Our present tendency, however, is to assume that most natives are liars from the beginning, that either they have no knowledge of their own antiquity or have gone off into romancing and into myth and folklore to the degree that their records are not reliable. Actually, however, when we go back beyond a certain point, we have only mythology, only legendary, and only lore. If we eliminate these completely, we simply have no contact at all with man prior to the dynastic rise in Egypt.
Shabal says the theories of science about the past teach you more about the perspectives that researchers than the information we have. So all this, this is exactly Plato's cave. We argue about the shape of shadows. We think we know what they are, and we don't see them at all. Indeed, indeed. A really curious thing that he just said there as well is that if you ignore the fables and the myths, then we really have very little, next to no contact with the ancient past. Yeah, just I'm just sort of thinking here, and I mean, this is earlier we were playing a little bit of a playthrough. Fuck, I really don't want to get bogged down in the jungle, but we might have to do some work in the jungle here because we cannot. There's a lot of nasty stuff in here. Obviously, Khorne is quite a nasty little faction, especially if they're let to fester. You've also got over here is Zinch, but yeah, like I said, I want to create a maritime empire. What I'm thinking is we can maybe get on Marcus Wolfheart's good side, and by selling him some territory, start feeding him some territory. Like, I don't want to expand too much down here. As I said, I want to the jungle of webs. I want to conquer this province, and then sail over to the islands here, and then north to Estalia, then out to the Galleon's graveyard, and then on to Uthwan. I doubt we'll have time to do all of that today, but yeah, Shabal, I really like the way that you put that, Shabal.
My sight is yours.
We argue about the shadows. We think we know what they are, and we don't see them at all. That's excellent.
Thus we can say that some of these buildings may be recent, some of them may be ancient. Explorations on the site of the Great Pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, on the peninsula of Yucatan, now indicates one building under another, and various estimates of from 9 to 15 structures inside of that one temple have already been advanced, indicating a sacred site, rebuilt or overbuilt many times over a vast period of history.
Warzeg's Morky Mischief says, hello, Flounzy Ummies. What's up, Warzags? Welcome to the stream. We're just kind of getting started. We're listening to. It's a little bit duller than the regular stream, but we're listening to Manly P. Hall talk about the ancient records of Atlantis and the evidence in Egypt and Greece. And I just realized we forgot to declare our vows here for our boys, which is too bad. When a siege battle in a desert or jungle climate. Okay, that's okay. But we're headed toward a siege battle right now. We're a little ways away. But this bloke here, probably the easiest one to do is just pledge to chivalry. Just rank up 5 times. Seems pretty simple. And then...
Lord of Bretonia.
So yeah, unfortunately, we lost 1 rank up, so he'll rank up a little bit slower than normal. And then our ladybird here. What did she get for a mount? Royal Pegasus. Okay, not bad. What do the prophetesses get for a mount? Like the hero variant get for a mount? Is it the same thing? Warzex Morky Mischief says, how's that water harlot use worships? Dude, I wouldn't worship anyone else. She's not bad. Wet and wild, as they say. Over there in Carcassonne. Morn with the ninja cat. What's cracking, brother? Research 5 technologies while leading any army. Yeah, just a rank up just seems the easiest. Alright. Good.
Protector of the realm.
Protector of the realm. Alright, we're good. Let's listen to some more of from the Library of Alexander, Mr. Manly P. Hall. Let's see what he's got to say.
Thus, by degrees, the need for a concept of a culture, a comparatively advanced culture, appears over the horizon as we begin to seek reasonable or rational explanations for familiar things. So much for the physical level of our functioning. Now let us move to an entirely different theater of consideration.
Tribble says, do you know the philosopher called Ludwig Wittgenstein? This is exactly one of the things he talks about in the end. We are all like a fly imprisoned in a glass bottle, and as soon as we break it, we discover that we are stuck inside a bigger bottle. Interesting. Morn says, what's up, partner? How's the campaign? I have us, we're just going from turn 1 to turn 2, so we fought 2 little battles here. Easy peasy. And yeah, how long? 50 minutes in, we're headed to turn 2, but we are listening to some very fascinating philosophy here, which where I guess I don't know if it's philosophy, history, I don't know what it is, lore, myth, something or other. Jibble says, Wittgenstein, I assume he's one of your kinsmen. He's actually, I guess, I think Wittgenstein is German, I believe. One of the German philosophers. I have like a passing knowledge of Wittgenstein, but I wouldn't say that I know I would be any authority on his works. I think I've read a little bit of it, but nothing too crazy. Okay, yeah. I hate that they changed.
Very well, I go.
Like when you go into encampment stance, you don't gain, like it doesn't give you a boost in replenishment. That I don't like that. Don't like that one bit. But at least it does still give you replenishment in enemy territory, which is good. And then we probably are going to need some more cav. Oh wait, fuck. What the fuck?
Sorceress.
Where's the border? Where is the border? She's on this. What in the hell?
I serve the lady.
Okay, there we go. That was weird. Do we want 2 cavalry, or do we want a cavalry and 2 archers? I think we go 2 cav.
Honor before glory.
Morin says, I know he's German national, I just meant that he's Jewish. And Chabot says, yes, he is Jewish, Austrian, British. He's one of the big noses. Ah, very interesting. You learn something every day.
Lord,
Your behest?
my strength and wisdom are yours.
At least they don't have it, or actually, we don't know if they have an army in there, to be honest.
Guardian,
I would send him to take a look, but he needs to replenish. So, I don't know.
A different area requiring penetration. We are completely confused as to the origin of language. We have some rather skillful thoughts about it, but still we are unable to explain a number of important things. We accept much, question little, and hope for the best. On another level, equally important, we are without any adequate knowledge as to the origin of the sciences that we now consider basic. Who invented mathematics and when? This question would really probably prove disconcerting even to the best historian of mathematics. We simply do not know. Wherever we find the person or the condition which seems to suggest origination, we immediately strike a legend, or immediately strike a statement of that person that his knowledge was derived from some other source. We cannot pin down the original of these different forms of learning.
That, like, when I first heard him say that, it struck me, and it's like really obvious too. And like the thing is, like, mathematics is essentially the foundation of all of our sciences, really. Like, it's kind of the backbone. Like, all the sciences kind of lean on mathematics in some form or another. And the fact that we don't know who invented it, or I guess you could say discovered mathematics, maybe because of its it seems to reveal truths about nature. But who invented mathematics? Where did language come from? When did language start? And how did it develop? Like, these are very basic questions that we have no clue what the answers are to them. But anyway, Shibble says, I'm fine, good sir. Thank you. How about you? Hope your day is going well so far. Morn says, I'm okay. It's morning where you're at. 3 a.m. Oh, 3 a.m. Goodness gracious me. All right, this is going to be an interesting fight because we do not have artillery. Red-crested skinks. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight, boys. I suppose I could have waited for artillery. That was an option. But we do have the lady here. Oh. How much? And we got a little bit of wins. So that's a plus. All right. How much of a difference? Oh, look at that. Close victory. We could just auto it now. How's the map look? I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Should we auto resolve this? I feel like we... Are there any blind spots here? We've fought the battles so far. We're not going to take any casualties, but we will The army will take a while to replenish. Just out of curiosity, what's the... It's good terrain, so they'll replenish fairly quickly.
Attack!
I don't know. Any opinions? Auto-resolve or fight it out? What do you guys think? Alright, nobody cares. We will fight it. And hope for the best.
This is especially true when we turn from history to Stonehenge, or to the great Druidic or pre-Druidic monuments in Brittany, in France. Here, immense mazes, tremendous architectural structures, covering huge areas, and arranged with considerable mathematical skill,
Yeah, good point, Shabil.
must certainly precede the periods in which we believed mathematics to be available to man. We are therefore searching religiously, philosophically, scientifically, ethnologically, anthropologically, for the beginning of the human race. Not its physical beginning, merely as creature, but the beginning of its ascent from savagery or a primitive state to the levels or to the platforms which can come within investigation by available instruments. Where, then, can we turn? Probably the only way we can turn is that in which most have turned, who have sought to penetrate the almost intentional wall of oblivion that has been built up by opinion, attitude, and prejudice between us and the origin of our own culture.
Shabil says, although I personally hate siege battles, I couldn't agree with you. I don't hate them. I feel like they could be a lot of fun with like multiplayers. But the siege battles become basically a bit of a chore in these games is the issue. But again, another excellent point that he's saying is that these monuments like Stonehenge, and I forget what the other one that he mentioned there was, but these monuments were built during a time when supposedly human beings had no knowledge of mathematics. Like, how does that make any fucking sense? Or, yeah, if they had no knowledge of mathematics, how could have they possibly had knowledge of astrology as well? Like, it doesn't add up. So curious stuff. Why can't I deploy over here? Oh, I can. I can. Jibble says they can be fun every few fights, but not every fight. Yeah, it's they become a bit more of a chore than anything else. And I feel like it's pretty standard for Total War games. Most of the sieges become a bit of a chore. I think that's probably historically accurate as well. Sieges, I don't think most commanders, I don't think looked forward to having to do a siege battle. But I think what we're gonna do here is come in through the door here and then maybe send the cavalry to the gate here, and then the infantry come up and take the walls here. It's a big settlement, so that's the other thing. They made these massive siege settlements, some of them, and the armies are just not all that big. Or like the garrison. For this garrison to defend all of this territory, it's a bit of it's a lot. But anyway.
Men like Baron de Prorock, seeking vestiges of ancient foundations off the coast of Europe. Men like Leo Frobenius, seeking the solution of the mystery of Africa. These men instinctively associate their problem with a prehistorical empire, or a prehistorical diffusion of high culture, and have found it convenient to accept the general term Atlantean to suggest that culture in the light of the celebrated account left by Plato. So let us think for a moment about Plato's record, as we are to deal first, in our first evening, with the Greek-Egyptian foundation of the Atlantic fable. We have every reason to believe that the discussion of the Atlantic island contained in the writings of Plato arose from the maturity of his years and has been preserved for us in the collected works of one of the greatest minds and the most admired intellects that humanity has produced. It would be difficult indeed to assume that the author of the Statesman and the Republic, the man whose mind so accurately and astutely estimated nearly every social and human problem, could have merely been fictionalizing, or have been himself easily deceived by some legend or lore. The actual story of Atlantis, as recorded by Plato, came to him from one of his disciples, a young man descended from the old Athenian lawgiver Solon.
I like what he's saying there too about Plato. He's like, okay, this guy this philosopher who pretty much studied every facet of human life at the time, and to the point where it's still incredibly relevant today, was somehow duped by this, either duped by this story or just made it up altogether. Like, it doesn't make sense. And you know, the other thing is too, Plato was very critical of the poets for their lack of truth in depicting the gods, or their I guess lack of sincerity, maybe. So in terms of like, would have Plato embellished and created this story? I don't know. It doesn't seem to fit necessarily his profile, that he's using it as sort of a as an analogy. I'm just gonna keep an eye on Alberic and this bloke's health here, but we do have some healing. We gotta keep him away from those guys. Shibble says, why not? Smart people also make mistakes. Well, this is true. This is true. But I think, like, the probability, you think of it like a probability whether or not he was duped. I think you've got to sort of come to the conclusion that, well, in all likelihood, he believed the story he was being told. Whether or not the story was true, well, who knows? Who knows? Okay, we don't want them to get involved with that dude, I don't think. Let's get away from him. Come on. Get out of there. Go, 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 go. I've got the wrong keybind there for them. Anyway, guys, keep moving. Did the cav are still working? These guys are making their way in here. So I'm getting used to my blue light blocking glasses here. They're a little everything is orange. Who would have thunk it that blue light blocking glasses would have actually blocked all the blue light? Anyway, you come around this way. Do not go in there. Triple says, statistically, it seems more logical that this city really existed than that a human made a mistake. Well, yes and no. Like, the problem is, like, it's like Plato's story is the most factual about Atlantis. However, the records about Atlantis are far, like, the stories of Atlantis are far more than just what we have in Plato, right? So it would have to be statistically that not only Plato made a mistake, but many stories, like, that many others made the same mistake. Like, why do we have so many flood myths across all of, you know, all of these different cultures, right? Which fits with the story of Atlantis. So I don't know, but you do raise a really valid point that humans are easily prone to mistakes, and Plato was just one man. Do I have archers mixed in there? As they're supposed to be getting on the walls here. Alright, we got the cav in now. Let's bring the cav around this way. And you guys just keep moving making your way around here. I kind of want to avoid this guy for the most part. And I think I'm going to fight my way to the center with the cav and the infantry. And then we'll back up the infantry with the archers if they ever can get themselves bloody well organized. Might as well bring them in. There's quite a bit of room actually in this little siege map. Alright, let's get a charge on him and spin around this way and see if we can distract some of these units. Couldn't even knock him over. Now they're stuck. How much? They're not. Actually, you know what? The two of you maybe can take him on. Should be able to. I wish when I hovered over the AI, it would tell me how much health the AI guy had, so I can tell if these guys are winning or not. Because I've got the whatchamacallits. The health bar is off. Anyway, let's listen to some more of the lecture.
Solon, who flourished about the 6th century BC, was one of the 7 wise men of Greece. And it is very important to realize at this time that Solon is not included among philosophers, nor is he considered a mystic. He is not regarded as a scientist, and he was certainly not a theologian. Solon was exactly what our modern semantic association with the word Solon would indicate. He was a statesman. As a statesman, he was bound to the political and physical problems of his country. His primary contribution to Athenian life was a solution to the problem of the mortgage stones, which were heaped up on the corners of land to indicate various easements and various financial liens upon the properties. as during the course of centuries these properties changed hands and were mortgaged and remortgaged, a situation of considerable complication arose. The heaps of mortgage stones became so large there was no land left to till. So Solon had to fight with the problem of the ancestral and historical indebtedness of the Greek peoples. He solved this rather neatly, and also is remembered as the man who liberated the Grecians from the unhappy and difficult law permitting imprisonment for debt. It was not until the Middle Ages in Europe that this law was revived, and we are happy to say that it is now gone. If it wasn't gone today, there'd be no one out of jail. Now, Solon visited Egypt because of the general respect of the Grecians for the political and diplomatic skill of the Egyptian rulers. Egypt was a theocracy, uniting in the person of the pharaoh both priest and king. Egypt was also deeply versed in ancient laws and had a very skillfully developed system of legislation and jurisprudence. Solon went there, not in order to discover lost continents, but to find out some way to remove the mortgage stones. It was during this trip that the priests of Sais communicated to him the legend of the lost Atlantis. Solon was profoundly affected by the story, which he undoubtedly received as an historical fact. He was shown a pillar of mysterious metal, which was said by these priests to have been erected prior to the destruction of Atlantis, and to have carved upon its face in hieroglyphics the story of the great catastrophe. Solon, hastening back to Greece, became involved in the proper administration of his statecraft problems. Being a man of advanced years, he tells us that he was unable to advance and philosophize the story of Atlantis. He therefore left it as he had received it, in record only, passing it on to his descendants. And one of these descendants finally brought it to the attention of Plato. The record has also some dating. Solon, as we say, flourished about 600 BC. And according to the ancient story, the Atlantic invasion of the Greek states occurred about 9,000 years before the birth of Solon. This would put it somewhat in the neighborhood of 11,500 years ago. This kind of dating brings us into an arena of timing in which modern man has almost no records. A period in which, however, it is inconceivable to him that a great culture could have flourished. Remember, this culture was important in the terms of the Greeks and Egyptians. Therefore, we have every reason to assume that whatever this Atlantean culture was, it was not like ours, but if it had a parallel, would have been more like that of those ancient nations of 4,000, 5,000, or 6,000 years ago, with which we have some historical acquaintance. According to the Egyptians, the Atlanteans attempted the conquest of Europe. And in the course of this conquest, they moved apparently without opposition until they reached the Greek area. And here they had their first serious adversary. During the wars and struggles which ensued, the Atlantic continent sank, leaving the armies that had reached Europe and undoubtedly had permeated a large part of the European area without a homeland, without any place to return. also undoubtedly, at that time,
Ooh,
this
got it.
disaster was far less significant than it would have been in terms of a modern military expedition. Even 4,000 years ago, and certainly 5 or 6, armies did not move as bodies of military people. They moved as migrations of total social groups. The army or the leader leading an expedition into a remote area carried with him all his worldly goods, his family, his livestock, everything necessary for his survival. It is quite likely that in many of those older campaigns, the original members of the expedition, even had they been spared or were they spared in war, would never return home. It would be their great-grandchildren who might return, if any, because there was almost no contact between these migrant armies and the land from which they originated. They might well settle in some new region and never go back, becoming the nucleus of a new culture group. So it is not so likely that the Atlantean armies were gravely perturbed by the destruction of their homeland. They may have already been away from it 100, 200 years, with little memory by descent of the original area, and that memory already highly dramatized and romanticized. Plato and the Egyptians both fail to tell us what happened to the migrant armies of the Atlantean expeditionary forces. Obviously, they could not go home. They seemed to disappear, and they disappeared at a time thousands of years before the Trojan War.
Very well.
Some have advanced the possibility that these Atlantean migrants
Protector of the realm.
finally come into historical memory as the Egyptian people, that perhaps the Egyptians were these Atlanteans, that they gradually took over this area,
Are yours.
bringing with them the cultural background of previous achievement. This might explain why we have no clear evidence of the origin of arts or sciences in Egypt. Why it also happens that the earliest Egyptian records indicate a people highly advanced, culturally, scientifically, philosophically, and religiously. We do not know where these people came from, nor do we know where the Atlanteans went. On the same ground, we have comparatively little knowledge of a primitive state of Europe. We have some. We can envision the Europe of the Goths and the Vandals. But far deeper than these records are the ancient cultural institutions of the Druids and of the various bardic orders that were behind the common ways of things. The Druids were a very learned people, as Caesar testifies. Where did they derive their learning? It has been common to assume that they had some connection with Asia. How? Where? When? None of these questions are adequately answered.
We have met before.
Solon, in his legend, or the story which he received,
In sight.
therefore gives an almost
Of the realm.
starkly simple report that at a certain time these invasions took place. He does not dramatize them in his own story in any way whatever, nor does he imply that the Egyptians, a rather factual people, dramatized the story. They presented it to him as a simple historical account, but unfortunately did not give him the details which might have clarified the whole issue. Later, when the descendant of Solon provided the material for the famous dialogue, the Critias, of Plato, we find the master of philosophy moving in upon the fable. Plato gives us an account far more explicit than that of Solon, in much greater detail and with much more glamour. Where did Plato secure the material for this embellishment? No one knows. This embellishment, however, follows in itself a kind of pattern. It follows the pattern of Greek mythology. It assumes, therefore, that when the 12 deities divided the earth, that the seas and the great oceans were assigned to the deity Poseidon, and that from him and from his descendants came the mysterious empire of Posidonius. Thus, Plato, borrowing again from mythology, declares that Atlas, the man who carried the world on his shoulders, was an ancient Atlantean king. And he Plato further, points out the tremendously vital code of laws given by Poseidon to his people and to his children, the laws which became the basis of the great legislative system of the Atlantean state.
Shibo, thanks for the 2-month memberships, man. That helps the channel along and keeps me motivated to keep putting up content and stuff. You know, like I have good days and bad days, and you know, like the support that I get for the channel is much appreciated. Jibble says, I guess I should say thank you to Kevin, but even though he's not here, we'll do it anyway. Yeah, Kevin. Man, he's been super generous lately. He's been a great supporter of the channel. And yeah, glad to have him part of the crew for sure. I know he's had a bit of a rough go lately in his personal life, and I'm just glad to provide a little bit of entertainment, as dull as I can be at times, but I'm glad to provide you boys with a little bit of entertainment, especially for you, Shabal, when you're working long hours at the old security job. Happy to be a part of the stream. So I hope, yeah, you know what, I hope things are going. I haven't heard much in the news lately about the goings-ons over in your neck of the woods, Shabal. So I hope everything has calmed down and people have sort of returned to their senses to some extent. Right. Yeah, we might as well get the farm going here, I guess. Or do we wait for something else? Yeah, we need cash. We need cash. Cash. Big time. And we should be able to auto-resolve this. I do believe. Should be fine. It kind of sucks for Bretonia. They don't have an option to loot and occupy. Occupy, sack, or raise. Alright, faction destroyed. Shibble says it's still a lot of fun and a mess. Yeah, unfortunately, it's such a complex and sort of ancient problem that unfortunately I don't believe any kind of modern solutions are going to be adequate, or especially, least of all, short-term solutions. I don't know what all right, should we? Okay, I definitely want to sell this to Wolfric. Like, what I would like to do ideally here is, as I said, we want this province and this province, and then if we could surround ourselves with Wolfric here, is it, what the fuck is this name? Wolfheart. God, why are all the names in frickin' Warhammer all sound the goddamn same? But if we could surround ourselves, create like a buffer zone with
What matters do you bring before the
with this bloke here, that would be ideal. Yeah, so we can sell it right now. The only thing is, I'm just wondering if we should wait till next turn to do that.
Sorceress.
And I'm wondering, like, demolishing this building, how much less value will it have? That will only give us 300. It's going to generate 200. We might as well keep it for this turn. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll sell it next turn, because we've got to stay here in this province anyway for a turn. And I think that'll sort of maximize our income. And then Alberic, you might as well start making your way this way.
Blessings of the lady.
And you, sir, hard to hit. Alright, can we afford another guy? How much is it to recruit? 600. Virtue of the Joust. Weapon strength. Go with the weapon strength.
My reputation precedes me. Glory awaits.
Alright. Knight. Let's Shibbo sense it. Oh shit, what happened there? Since it feels like it's just me and you here tonight, Shibble, but it's good. I feel like if there's anybody that can get into a little bit of the philosophy, it's you, my good friend. And I think actually, oh, actually, before I forget, let's put old Shibble's vow on him. Before I forget. Rank up 5 times. Giddy up. And Shibble says, is it okay to maybe ask you a question that I'm interested in hearing an outside person's opinion about this dilemma? Is it about the people who were kidnapped, or do you think this might be too loaded a question? Honestly, I'll do my best to answer it, but like the thing is, I don't know enough about the situation. Like I hear a little bit in passing. I was watching Jimmy Dore for quite a while, and I didn't really like Jimmy Dore's take on the situation. I enjoy listening to Robert Burns and Viva Freiheit, and I think Burns has probably the most balanced opinion of the situation that I've heard. Like a lot of people, like sort of, I don't know. Anyway, it's yeah, but like honestly, I don't really know a lot about the details and stuff like that. Like I try as much as possible to stay away from the news, especially nowadays. It's just but I mean, you're free to ask it. I'm just not sure how adequate of an answer I'll give you. Shibble says, it doesn't matter how much you know. It's more interesting to me to hear what your opinion is about it. Okay. All right. Like I said, I'll do my best to give you a straight answer. Which is not usually my way. My way is usually a roundabout answer. Let's rename this guy for our good friend Kevin, even though he's not here. Paladin. La Lorder. I don't know if that's
Do you know
I don't know if French it's supposed to be le or la, or I don't know what the difference is. God, I really should. Being Canadian and all. What are we gonna name our ladybird here? We need a name for our prophetess. Devotee de lady. Nothing is ringing a bell. Nothing is ringing a bell. Ooh, I got a text message here. Hang on a second. Oh, it's more. God. Guy, he just sent me a thing. It's like a detail, like I don't know, alleged details of Mr. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's online hate bill, which contains apparently fines of up to $20,000 and imprisonment for online hate speech. Apparently, I don't know. The world has gone batshit fucking crazy, man. And I don't know, Trudeau. That guy. If there's anyone I don't trust in this world, it's that guy right there. Okay, son of a bitch. What should we name? What should we name? Okay, you know what? I got a name.
Seers.
Here we go. And go. Nicole Bolas. Though I don't know what Nicole Bolas is from Magic the Gathering lore, and to be honest, I mean, with the name Nicole Bolas, you think it's a female, but I don't know if it's a dragon in Magic the Gathering lore, but I don't know if it's a male dragon or a female. Shibble says, many people here are shouting, bring the abductees home at any cost. Do you agree with this statement? Do you think that the desire to bring these 136 people home should harm our ability to carry out certain actions or general strategy? Don't let me start talking about your government. Yeah, my government is fucking out. I cannot wait till the next election, though. I feel like that's not necessarily going to be a great solution. Guys, holy Moses. Dread Pirate Roberts in the chat. Dread Pirate, good to see you, man. How are you? Welcome back. Yeah, Trudeau is a mini Castro. I think that's a great way to put it. Shibble, that is a really difficult question. Like, yeah, like that's the thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's a really tough question, because you're essentially, like, if you're saying bring these people home by any means necessary, you're essentially saying that the sacrifice of others is worth bringing home. Like, what happens if by any means necessary requires the lives of more than the 136 people? Like, are you insinuating that the lives of the 136 people are more than, or worth more than the others? The other thing to consider too is, like, what is, and I mean, maybe this is not known, but what's the like, how well are those people being treated in confinement or imprisonment as captives? That's something that really needs to be considered. Are they, if they're being tortured, then perhaps you could be justified in any means necessary to some extent. I mean, any means necessary is certainly extreme. I think there's got to be some kind of middle ground where you're using all of the resources that necessary. But I mean, obviously the best thing would be for to bring these people home through diplomatic channels. That would be the ideal way, obviously, to get it done. But it's tough. It's a very, very tough situation. Dang it, we can't recruit a Knight of the Realm, but we can recruit 2 of these. So I think that's what we're gonna do with Shabal here.
Lord of Bretonia.
Lord of Bretonia.
My magic is yours.
And my magic is yours.
Do you know who I am?
All right. But yeah, I don't know if that was helpful, Shabal, at all. But yeah, like, I mean, they've been captive for quite some time now. But I don't know. It's such a difficult question. But I think certainly I mean, you've got to take in consideration the lives of the people who would be put into harm's way to bring those people home. Because they've got families too. And I mean, I understand that that's something that I guess they've sort of signed up for as sort of guardians of the nation. But at the same time, there's so many things to consider, so many things to weigh, right? Jabal says, yes, this is a question I also asked many guys who were with me in the war. What is the number of soldiers you're willing to sacrifice in order to save them? According to what we know, 25% are already dead, and they are just holding their bodies, some of them in bad medical condition, but they try to keep them alive because they are worth more than they are alive. Yeah. It's just such an awful situation, man. You know, you'd hope that at least that they would be taken care of. You know, with basic, like at the very least, basic human decency, and at the best, you know, you would hope that they're treated well, like exceptionally well. And I think, like any cause that you have in life, if you're going to take on prisoners, if your cause is just, you're going to treat the prisoners better than you treat your own soldiers or whatever. Like, I mean, this is one of the tenets of Sun Tzu. You know, to win over, like, your objective when taking on prisoners is to win over their hearts and minds, and you want to treat them at least with the same decency that you treat your soldiers, if not better, in order to bring them over to your side. You know, in that way, you're able to. You want to treat them better than what you're. At the very least, you want to treat them better than what your enemy, how your enemy treated their own soldiers, because then they're going to start to question the cause that they're fighting for. Shibal says, it doesn't matter what you would answer. It's just interesting to me to see what are the points of view of a person who is not related to this matter in an emotional way, like people in my country. Yeah, it's tough, man. You know, like, and that's the thing. I can't even imagine, like, if it were the same situation where my brethren or my countrymen were being held captive. I don't know. My answer could be totally different, because I could be emotionally charged by the situation, right? Is it quicker to go this way or this way?
My reputation precedes me.
My reputation precedes me. Is it just me, or does he have trouble with, like, pronouncing things?
I have seen your heart.
Protector of the realm.
The realm. It seems more like... It seems more that he's got a speech impediment than a French accent. That's just my take on it, but perhaps I'm being a little bit harsh there on old Alberic, but anyway, that's yeah. We got to get after corn here.
I know the way.
Gotta get the jump on them. It would be nice to know where their army is. How much? Yeah, he's not fully healed yet. You... Actually, transfer those over to Alberic for now. Alright, so... Let's sell Talaxla to old Wolfheart here. Okay. I think overseas diplomacy is what we want to do first. And then we'll figure out... Oh, shit. Yeah, so... We probably are going to have to do some of these potentially, but like I said, no confederations. We'll just will not accept the confederations when they pop up. Warren says, "How do I know Shabal isn't Mossad?" Dum, dum, dum. Who knows? How do you know I'm not Mossad? Huh, Warren? Come on, do it. Huh? All right, I've rambled on for a bit. Let's listen to more from the Library of Alexander here. Leslie P. Hall.
These laws, incidentally, are practically identical with those set forth in the basic code of the great Babylonian Chaldean system, the Code of Hammurabi. Thus we have Plato implying that a great culture, a powerful religion, important mysteries or secret religious institutions originated in this great Atlantean nation. Plato then explains to us something that, can it be demonstrated, would be of the greatest importance. He speaks strongly of the maritime achievements of the Atlantean peoples. The great city of the Golden Gates on the island of Atlantis was actually a vast harbor. And into this harbor came the shipping of the Atlanteans, who were a great mercantile people. Their boats and galleys and crafts went throughout the world, merchandising, bartering, exchanging, trading. Plato does not specifically state colonizing, but let us move it there for a moment and consider what might be implied. A factual story gives us some help. We know that the Chaldeans, at a comparatively early period, sailed along the coasts of Western Europe.
Let me just pause it for a second. Catch up with the chat a little bit. Shibble says, "It's like many soldiers who were with me stated that if they encountered a situation where the enemy was using a hostage as a human shield, they would shoot the hostage, but no one can really know what he would do if he found himself in this situation." Yeah, that's, you know what, like one of the things that I hate about sort of like the, you know, like those philosophical ethical dilemmas, those sort of like thought experiment ethical dilemmas and stuff, and it's like, it's pointless to ask those because you really do not know what you would do when you're faced with those situations. When you're in a life or death situation where you have moments, even less than moments, seconds, milliseconds to make decisions, what the fuck would you do? Like, who knows what they would do in those situations. You don't know until you're faced with it, and every one of those situations is unique as well. That's the other thing. So yeah, I agree with you, Shabal, there. It's, yeah, how the fuck would you know? Morin says, "LOL, shoot the hostage. Remind me to not get taken captive and hope the JIDF saves me." And Shabal says, "I'm too poor to be in Mossad." And Morin says, "That's what someone in Mossad would say." Big eyeballs. And Shabal says, "In the end, logically, it makes more sense to do it." And Moore says, "I don't think the ends justify the means, but that's also idealistic as fuck of me to say." Well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's, yeah. these are very, very difficult questions to ask and answer, and unfortunately, they're the realities of the world we're living in. And I mean, that's kind of a question that, you know, like I have for you guys, is that, like, you know, listening to a little bit of this lecture here, and we're trying to sort of like tap into our ancient past, and, you know, even leaving sort of like Atlantis aside and just looking back to the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans and the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Mayans and the Aztecs and stuff like that. Like, are we more civilized now or less civilized, or are we the same as we've always been? I don't know. Shibble says, I agree with you about what can you do in the end. Most likely the abductee will die in the end. Yeah, the odds are very likely not in the abductee's favor. That's for sure. Oh, I guess we can't. Oh, we can negotiate with these guys. They're not at war with anyone, surprisingly. I would really like to know where their army is, because that's the key to defeating these guys. Getting rid of their army. But it does say that we're a little bit stronger than them. What's our strength relation to these assholes? We're a little bit stronger than them as well. Alright. Good. Morn says, definitely more civilized in many ways. Depends on who's a we. Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Reaching as far as Britain and the Scandinavian countries to engage in the merchandising of tin. And we know that wherever these ancient expeditions came and visited, they left not only the immediate objects of barter, but a cultural impact upon the peoples that they visited. In other words, wherever the Chaldeans bartered, they left something of their philosophy and their culture, further testified to by the experiences of Caesar in interrogating the wise people of Gaul and Brittany. Thus, the migration of a great mercantile project, traveling into very far areas, would certainly imply the establishment of trading centers, trading posts, outposts of one kind or another, and even permanent settlements. The trader is always the same, and along the routes of his journey he leaves indelible impressions of his vices, his virtues, and his achievements. This brings us to another important situation.
I just want to fight this battle because we need to be in, oh shit, tippity top shape for when we face the Khorne army. Khorne armies always scare the bejesus out of me, man. And especially considering that we've got some flimsy infantry. We definitely want to be careful fighting against a Khorne army. Another thing I wanted to say was I think we'll recruit another general, and we'll get more into the action as well. Shibble says, we are more advanced in terms of knowledge, but are still controlled by the base instincts that evolution has instilled in us. And Moore says, believing in evolution, your first mistake. Uh-oh. More breaking out the old creationist theories here. It's interesting he kept our formation, even though we've got more units in there in this game. You know what, the thing we gotta be careful about as well is their stupid army ability. That bullshit.
Orders, my lord.
We're gonna watch for that. And let's just keep the knights here. I hate those It's the Skaven ability, the freaking thing to drop units in behind your we start. Who's this? That's our girl. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Are you out of your goddamn mind game? Okay, there we go. 2 minutes. There we go. How about over here for you? 4 minutes. That's fine. You can come on later. Shibble says we haven't changed too much since we came down from the trees. And Morn says, I thought we came out of the ocean. Out of the ocean into the trees, I guess. Morn says, just kidding. I don't know. I don't care to confirm. I have a belief in any theory like that. I just don't know. Truthfully speaking, my first mistake was being... Shabal says my first mistake was being bored. Yeah, it was all of our first mistakes. I think, though, we will all be pleasantly surprised in the end. At least those of us who have lived good lives. I think we'll certainly have our just reward in the end, is what I believe. And it'll all make sense. It'll all be worth it when, you know, our time comes to cross the threshold, as the ancients used to say. They're just chilling. They're just out of our range. Let's move up a little bit. I guess, and maybe they don't. They might not have that ability. Without a general, I don't know. I don't play Khorne, so I don't know how all their stupid shit works. Morn says, I don't feel confident enough to believe I've been good in my life. Quite the opposite. Yeah, I know I haven't been good in my life, but I mean, that's what... Well, I know, I mean, maybe Shibble doesn't believe in the teachings of Christ, but I mean, that was through grace. I think we are all saved, and I think I don't know, what is it, the Egyptian, like the Egyptians, the Book of the Dead, Anubis, doesn't Anubis like weigh the heart of a person when they've died against a feather, and if your heart is lighter than the feather, then you're allowed to proceed into the afterlife, and if not, you're cast into the abyss, I guess, or into the something like that. And I think Morn, I think you Morn, or Morn, you and Shibble, I think definitely, what I know of you, I think definitely you're gonna pass the test, I would think. But it's, I mean, that's, you know, the key thing is forgiveness, right? And, you know, I think probably the toughest thing for a good person is, a person with a good heart, is forgiving themselves. But it is tough, and we can always strive to be better as well. But what I was getting at, though, was, you know, I have faith that for good people we'll get by. Oh my gosh, guys, hang on for a second. I'm gonna bring on I don't know if I should do this or not, but I'm gonna do it anyway. T-Bone,
what's going on?
I'm streaming right now. You're live on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, you get back to stream and I'll bug you later.
Good. Are we, you know, my community probably wants to know. I mean, I've alluded to this occasionally, but my community probably wants to know.
To become a woman. Yes.
Well, I mean, they can tell by your feminine voice. That's obvious.
Yeah. Please come back on.
But are we gonna do this football thing or not? Or are you gonna just back out? You keep talking all this smack how you'd be a better GM in the NFL than me, but you keep...
I'd be a better GM at pickleball than you would.
Well, you like to play with your pickleballs. That's why.
Yeah, and your point.
Well, you know, football is a different game than pickleballs. So that's my point. Anyway, are we gonna play a franchise in Madden? And am I gonna embarrass you all over YouTube so that I can forever hold you?
No, is this about the Madden stuff?
Yeah, obviously. What did you think I was talking about? We were gonna each buy an NFL franchise and go head to head. Yeah. Well, we could do that too, but I'm saving, so just give me some time to get the money together.
All right.
I'll call you later, big guy. But is that a yes or
See it?
okay. I don't know how much of that you made out. I don't know how much of on the speakerphone T-Bone came in there. But yeah, he's my boomer friend. He's a Cleveland Browns fan. I don't know but Morn is familiar with the football. God damn, the whole point of this battle was so that we would not take any damage, and here I am just letting them wail away on my cavalry and probably the anyway, I guess we can heal these guys up a little bit. Shibble says, I don't know. The hell of the Jews is only a temporary place. Everyone goes to heaven. You can only tell if a person lived a good life after they died, and I'm not a religious guy. Warren says, can't wait until I convert Shabbat to Catholicism. I don't know. Warren says, T-Bone cameo. Heard him fine. Ah, good. Yeah, I put him on speaker and then held him just like right underneath the microphone. So... got him on there. I have a mic for him though. Like getting him to figure out how to use Steam and maybe Discord too could be a bit of an adventure, but confident that I can get him to figure it out. Not to mention Madden. That'll be an adventure as well. Shibble says, you won't be the first to try to convert me, and how can a Jew believe in another Jew? Interesting. Jew. But I think, like, I don't know. I think a lot of Christ's message was confused in, like, the power structure of the church, like the canon, like, and I mean, I think probably like some of the Jewish message is probably confused within the power structure and the power dynamics of the religion as well. But I think, to me, what Christ was kind of getting at was that we are all God's children. You know, he saying that he was God's child, but we were all, you know, he's not the only one. To me, that's kind of what he was getting at, but anyway. Okay. Guys, do you know the answer to this? If I sack this settlement and then sell it to Wolfheart, is it worth less? Because we should have enough movement to sack it and then occupy it with one of the other generals. Public order is not a big deal, and we could definitely use the coin. Ooh, Helm of Discord. Don't mind if I do.
Protector of the
And then you can occupy.
My strength and wisdom are yours.
Jibble says, apparently Jesus was a rabbi who tried to reform the Jewish religion, and after he died, people took it elsewhere. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Alright, let's get our Morn out here. Is Morn going to be Virtue of the Joust or Virtue of the Impetuous Knight? I think I kind of like the additional speed.
My strength and wisdom are
So here we go. Knight Lamorne. All right, giddy up. Welcome to the crew.
blessings of the lady
Alberic
be
of
upon you.
Bordeleaux.
the lady wills it.
See if you
Onward!
can hide there. Maybe we can trigger an ambush with you should probably have that. That's fine. Alright. Just look at those pixels, man. Beautiful. I love it. My apologies, guys. Like I said, I've got my brand new CPU, my Ryzen 9, ready to be installed. I just have to go pick up the cooler, which is it's available for pickup now. I had to make a game time decision whether, because as I set up the stream, I got a message that the cooler was available, like it was at the at Purelator to be picked up, and I had to make a decision whether to do the stream or to go pick it up, and I decided to do the stream. So I'm gonna pick it up tomorrow afternoon, I believe. Head over there on my bike and grab it. But super excited to get it installed. Moore says, I asked people how the Catholic Church corrupted his teachings, and they can never give me a good answer. It just seems like an easy thing to say that I found no substance in my opinion, but I'm also biased. Well, what? What? Seriously? You know, the destruction of the, you know, like what they did in Mexico, the Catholic Church, the Inquisition, none of that stuff. You know, none of that stuff seems like corrupted teachings of Christ to you, Morn. The Crusades? Oh, what? Well, they can't give me any evidence. Morn, wake up. The Catholic Church has been responsible for more atrocities than you could, you know, the Library of Alexandria. All of the freaking ancient knowledge, the Christians burnt down the Library of Alexandria and flayed alive its keeper, Hypatia, the woman who was the librarian of the Library of Alexandria. Does that jive with what Christ was saying?
Of the lady. We have met before.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Anyway, sorry.
Noble, do you know who I am?
Okay, so we'll sell this to Wolfheart next turn. What's the name of the settlement? Quidex. Alright, let's listen to some more
Is Plato romancing?
Some more of this.
Was it possible for an Atlantean merchant fleet to travel any extraordinary distance? Two questions, then.
Born says Library of Alexandria isn't confirmed to be done by the church, so that's wrong. The native book burning in Mexico was wrong, but that's not action officially endorsed by the church. So the Library of Alexandria went through multiple instances where it was destruction, and the burning of the church and the flaying of Hypatia is actually confirmed to be done by the Christians.
Present themselves. What was the general geographical state of the Atlantic area at this time?
And so that was the last, she was the last keeper of the Library of the Alexandria. And most likely what happened was, I would imagine they looted some of the texts from the library as well. But yeah, there's, anyway, this is going to get into a heated discussion. Anyway.
Slaughter made manifest.
Being at the central mountains of the Atlantean continent island, which may have been nearly as large as Australia. Perhaps this area was connected with islands. Or other smaller, unsubmerged, scattered fragments of land, so that contact between Europe and America, by means of this continent and islands, might not have been a great challenge to navigation. The Seminole Indians in Florida have record of a land bridge that once extended all the way from America to Europe. While we may want to think that the Seminoles are not the world's outstanding historians, and there is some ground for this opinion.
Shibble says power tends to corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, yes. But the fire that destroyed the library, it happened during the Muslim occupation. And Moore says, you said most corrupt institution, but when you have 2,000 years of history, bad people will do bad things. I don't know how that changed Christ's message, just because some people didn't act properly. Well, like the thing is, like there are certain, like I would have to bring out a Bible and go through certain passages, but there's certain things in the, like Christ's message is there, and there are possibly things that have been left out that, you know, like Christ didn't put together the Bible, someone else did. You have to understand that, right? So, you know, same thing with the Jewish text, like someone, you know, like what is it? So there's two Jewish texts. One is one is supposed to be like the literal word of God, which is very similar to the First Testament, the Old Testament. And then you have the other, like sacred Jewish book, which is like the rabbis' commentary on the Word of God, right? So you have their two books, and so you have the Old Testament, you have the New Testament, and you have to understand too that through the different translations, there's so many different translations of the Bible, and so like parsing like what Christ's message was is difficult to decipher at times. And there's, you know, who put the Bibles together? Like, what's the difference between the King James Bible and the original source material, what Paul put together? Like, what's been included, what's not been included, what's truly the word of Christ and what's not the word of Christ. Like there are plenty of examples of that when you go through it. But I think, you know, like to a discerning eye, you can sort of sense, you know, anyone with a good heart, you can kind of sense what Christ's message was. But anyway. But you're right, like, you know, but yeah, like, I mean, like the Catholic, like for me, Catholicism, like, I don't know. This is I don't know how we really went off the deep end tonight. But to me, like people ask me if I'm religious or if I, you know, when I was younger, people would ask me if I believe in God, and my answer was always, you know, like I don't know enough. I haven't seen enough of the world to know whether or not I believe in, to know whether God exists or not. But having lived a little bit longer now, like I have no doubt, there's not a doubt in my mind that there is a God. And but I am not a religious person. I don't, but I, you know, like to the best of my ability, which is not, you know, which is a mere shadow of, you know, what Christ's teachings are. I try to live by his teachings, but yeah, like religion to me is an institution, and institutions inevitably work towards power. And Catholicism has been responsible for some of the biggest atrocities in life, like throughout history. The Inquisition, for example, the Crusades, for example, the eradication of the cultural heritage of the Aztecs and the Incas and the Mayans. Like, these are things that Catholic Church was behind, and even now, to what extent do they manipulate things, and what treasures are hidden and kept from us in their library in the Vatican? You know, like, why is the Vatican so secretive? Like, why can't historians gain access to the materials that are hidden in there? Why were monks charged with manuscripts? Ancient manuscripts were made out of vellum, okay? And so vellum was essentially essentially cowhide that had been like pounded down so thin that it was used for paper, for writing material. And so these manuscripts were so valuable, what was written on them, like these ancient manuscripts were so valuable that the church, what they did was they, in their monasteries, they erased what was on these ancient manuscripts and replaced it with scripture. And a big part of what sparked the Renaissance was the discovery of ancient manuscripts that had not been tainted by the church. So there are many examples of what Catholicism has done. But like the thing is, like, for me, religion and faith are like two completely different things. Completely different things. Anyway. All right. So let's catch up with the chat. Sorry, guys. Morton says, you said most corrupt institutions. Okay, that was probably just a slip of the tongue, or just hyperbole. But they have been a force for ill. I mean, they have been a force for good as well. So I mean, I guess, you know, I'm discounting that as well, and I'm not, you know, I'm not insinuating that everyone involved in Catholicism is evil or anything, but there are definitely some black taints on what the Catholic Church has done over history. He says, but when you have 2,000 years of history, bad people will do bad things. I don't know how that changed Christ's message. Okay, we read that. Says, that's like saying, if I tell Shabal 2 + 2 is 4, then say I'm wrong later on when it's discovered I did a bad thing, even though my underlying teaching of 2 + 2 = 4 is still true. I mean, Christ's message is very simple. Like, love one another and, you know, forgiveness. You know, he preached forgiveness. Love thy neighbor. Pretty simple. So I completely agree with you there. But yeah, like I think, like, what I'm trying to get at is that his message has been confused and complicated in some of the works, and I think there's a lot of evidence for that. Moore says, yes, they compiled the Bible in 300 AD. The other Gospels that weren't included in it are bunk and usually written way later on by randoms, essentially fan fiction. And Shabal says, do you want to start a Torah class? I suppose we could try. One says, how are there so many different translations when we have the manuscripts in Aramaic and Greek? I don't know, but there are many different translations, and the way that the way that they're interpreted, the interpretations are often very different. Shibble says the reason there are so many vacancies is that until the destruction of the first temple, the Torah was learned mainly by heart. And Morin says the Spanish Inquisition harmed about 3,000 to 5,000 people. That's not good, but that's piecemeal compared to any actual atrocity, bro. And Shabal says, and many things in Christianity have changed. Nicene Conference. I don't know. Whew, this is exhausting.
Armored in faith.
But yeah, all I'm saying is that, you know, like, are you defending Catholicism or are you defending Christ? Because the two are very different, in my personal opinion. Like, religion and, just as religion and faith are very different. Faith is a personal a very personal journey. It's between you and God, right? And or however you conceive God to be, you and nature, or whatever. But I mean, yeah, I don't think, you know, if Christ were around today, I don't think he would. I think he would be criticizing the Catholic Church in the same way that he criticized the money changers. Like he would. That is my personal opinion. Oh, fuck me sideways. Look what we did. Look what I did. God, I'm such an idiot.
There's no reason we can't do business.
Trespasses against the Huntsman's Marshal's expedition, -40. God dang. Should have got, Boy says, don't worry, Ragnarok, I still love you, and I'm defending both because Catholicism is the Church Christ left us. No. No, it's not. Christ had nothing to do with the Catholic Church. That's Paul. That's Paul. Yeah, so I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, Shabal says many religions have killed many people, but Christianity gets a lot of shit because one of the major official religions, and in the end, they didn't just want others. Christians may be responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of Christians. The 30-Year War, the English Civil War, for Spinoza's God of Nature. But more, I still love you too. You know, obviously, and it's good to have these discussions as well. Man, this trespassing, I didn't even think to do that, and god damn, I should have got the military access. These fuckers are recruiting. Situation
The lady wills it.
just got a little bit
I know the way.
Protector of the realm.
a little bit shaky here,
For now, yes.
because we are dealing with
Blessings of the
corn.
lady be upon you. I will indulge you.
Knight Lamorne, why is Morn so far behind everybody?
Leaving.
Well, I suppose we might as well do some building here in the meantime. Local region. Yeah, I guess we'll go with that. Morn says Paul knew Peter and they were both in Rome. Bro, they started the church in Rome, and that church is the Catholic we know today. Are you saying Peter warped Christ's message in Rome? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how accurate it came down. We just don't know that.
Prophetess.
And Shibble says, no, Rag, in today's world, you can't love someone with a different opinion than yours. And yeah, like, and that's the thing. The Catholic Church of today is a far cry from what was left in Rome back then as well. And Morn says, the Paul warping the gospel thing always makes me laugh, as if he wasn't in constant contact with the disciples. If he was a fraud and teaching bad Christianity, the disciple wouldn't have endorsed him. Any quick deals?
Right. Crooks. Fearless.
But yeah, to me, the church that Christ left us is in our hearts. It's not a physical structure in Rome. It's not written in a book. To me, the church of Christ is in our hearts, and the church of God is in our hearts. And no book written by man, however devout, will ever tell me otherwise.
For now, yes.
You know, and you've got to be careful, you know, not to worship institutions rather than, you know, what's true. Raggy going to strip my bod chip after this, says more. Never. I would never. Shabal says, we return to the cave again. We are just children arguing about the shape of the shadows. This is true. All right, I got to simmer down, and I'm going to put the Atlantean Records on here for a little while. Listen to this so that we can kind of diffuse the composition, the conversation a little bit.
On the other hand,
All
the
right.
Seminoles, like most primitive people, have no reason to misrepresent. It is meaningless to them. There is nothing to be gained, no purpose whatever, because they are not solving any problem and they were in need of no hypothesis. They were only telling
tempting.
the story of their people. They were preserving the record of some migration of their own ancestors, which they regarded as worth preserving.
I would like to have
Another
more for
point
this.
in this situation is what would be
100 hit points. How many hit
the
points?
probabilities of navigation by primitive instruments such as
What's the speed on these
old
things?
galleys, sailing boats, or even canoes. There are at the present time
95
in the
moons of
Polynesian
magic as well.
huge canoes which have cruising range of over 2,000 miles.
Morton says you wouldn't know of Christ without a book or institution, so how are you going to say the church is in our hearts when our whole concept of Christ or that church comes from that book? Wrong again, Morn. Wrong again. The message, Christ's message, is written on our hearts. That's the point. That is that the church of God is within us all. That was Christ's message. It's not worship this book, worship the Catholic Church. That was not Christ's message. Christ's message was to love thy neighbor, which is written on our fucking hearts. And we would have known it. Yes, I wouldn't have known Christ by name, but I would have known his message. Oh, man, this battle's going to make me cry.
This, therefore, tells us that long journeys were not impossible. We know that these canoes are really, in skillful hands, far more practical, serviceable, and efficient than the tiny ships with which Columbus crossed the ocean. That the ancients had the possibility of ships equal to or better than those of Columbus, we have no reason to doubt. The Egyptians, during the dynasties of the Ptolemies, had a great galley of state in which they entertained distinguished guests, which had...
People stray, and a shepherd minds his flock. He is the shepherd. The message was always there, but people often ignore the message, even today, even after hearing the message directly. This right here is a silver coin. One of his disciples, one of Christ's disciples, sold him out for 30 of these. 30 of these. And he heard Christ's message from the source. So people stray. Sometimes they need a wake-up call.
Sorceress!
not only sails, but 3 banks of oars, 2 swimming pools, and a grove of live fruit trees on the deck. We are not informed as to just how seaworthy the ship was, but at the same time, the idea of large vessels certainly goes back much earlier than the rise of the Hamburg American line. Also, it was not important that such journeys be rapid or immediate, because these people were not leaving relatives at home that they wished to get back to by the holiday.
Morton says, God is in our heart, but the compiled Bible and the church are tools to get us closer to God. You don't need them to be saved, but they help you. You're thinking that I think the tools are salvation. No, I agree. I agree with you. Just like I will be very wary of. All I'm saying is that, just be very careful not to worship false idols. And I, and yes, the good books carry the word of God, but they're also potential for inaccuracies. But yeah, I agree with you. There are certainly tools to get us closer to God and the teachings. If we all spent a little bit of time with both the Christian teachings and the Jewish teachings, then I think we would all be much closer to God. And Shabal says, because sometimes your heart is clouded by your thought or by life, it's like a beautiful sentence of the devil, I made you the good choice, meaning free will. You are the one who chooses the bad. Shabal says, you know that a shekel in the Bible is a measure of weight and not a measure of quantity. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know. When my debt collectors come for me, I'm gonna ask them how much the digital currency weighs in silver, and I'll pay them. That's what I'll pay them. Morin says, also, it's nice to have a mini debate / discussion about this with you guys, because no one I know personally in my life finds this interesting to talk about. Morin says, how many shekels to take this Ragnarok guy out, Shabal? Morin, what are you saying? You know what? Honestly, though, like, it would be nice to be able to sit down over, like a few beers or whatever, and have this conversation, or even over dinner, or just with some books with us and whatnot. Actually, I was listening to Jordan Peterson has a really good series. I've been listening to some of it on Exodus, and I think he's also done a series on I think he's done a series on Genesis as well. But I was listening to the one on Exodus, and just the group of scholars and religious authorities that he had, and just listening to the discussion back and forth, and the interpretation of the different meanings and whatnot in the Bible was actually quite good. Shabal says, you are welcome. I also enjoy the conversation. And Shabal says, for you, the first one is free. And Moore says, Raggy, it's 2024. If you disagree with me, I have to take you out. His Bible series is interesting as fuck. Yeah, it's good. I'm not, like, typically don't, like, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about, I think Nicole Bolas here is gonna get fucking killed, is my guess. Is what's gonna happen here. But we can always get another Nicole Bolas, I suppose. She's running already. Shabal says, I agree with you, man. This is exactly the way to behave nowadays. Yeah, what I was gonna say is that it's a little bit unfair, because I have the advantage of being able to speak to you guys, whereas you guys have to type out your responses and whatnot. So it's a little bit unfair in that way. And it would be good to have, like, to sit with the books themselves and, like, different sources and stuff like that, and just really get into it. Would be kind of interesting. It's too bad she wasn't on foot. And you get over here to defend these guys. You guys back up that way. Actually, yeah. This might work out for us for okay. It'd be nice to have her on the field for the healing, but I really gotta focus down on this, guys. So I'm gonna play.
Holidays. When they left, they probably never expected to return, so they took their relatives with them. The Japanese are convinced
bog them down.
that exploration from their shores, as early as the 12th century, reached by degrees as far south as Lima in Peru. And we know that on certain currents, it is very certain the Chinese reached the coast of California at least 600 BC. Therefore, empirically, we cannot say that a considerable mercantile could not have existed, especially if the distances to be traveled were greatly reduced by a large land area in the midst of what is now the ocean. Perhaps there was no area that would have required any unusual means of travel.
She came back,
even as we can
which
follow
is
the
good.
Ocean Islands and things of that nature,
And fuck,
and make
you guys
a
need to
reasonably
get on
safe
him.
trip from the
And
Western
you guys need
Hemisphere
to shoot
to
him.
Asia.
He's the main threat here.
These considerations, then,
All right, you guys.
do
Actually,
not
nope. Finish
tell
them
us
off.
that Plato would have been romancing unduly. He was aware of the strength of the then existing Greek fleet.
All right, somebody's gonna
He
come
also
over
knew
here
of the
and help
Egyptian
out.
navy and what it had accomplished and what it could accomplish.
My
He knew that
trebuchets, though he
people
doesn't seem to be doing
far
too much
less
damage to them.
skillful and less strategically placed had also conquered a smaller sea of their own, the Mediterranean. All these things were matters of degrees, not
Just slow
involving
them
any
down for
major
now.
policy change. Let us assume then for a moment that in the course of their
All right,
mercantile
we need to send somebody
activity,
back to hold him
trading
down.
and bartering for some reason, Plato
Let's do
does
some
not tell
psychocharging
us
here.
what they were seeking to merchandise. Perhaps like many powerful nations, they had built up a great level of luxury.
More says
in
either
their
way, bro,
own
the Atlanteans are gonna come
culture,
back during the end times.
and
Just
that their
watch,
people
maybe.
and their nation, which probably numbered some 60 million at its height,
Somebody's
was
gonna
a
come back during the end
tremendous
times.
market
That's for sure.
for rare and remarkable
There's so many of
goods
them.
from strange places. And even as the Assyrians are known to have brought foods, spices, and fine fabrics 7,000 and 8,000 miles for their luxury use, we do not know that it could not be that the Atlanteans wished to trade in these materials for their own enjoyment.
This guy just does not want to
or
go
for the
down.
raising of their own cultural level.
I guess the
But almost certainly, some kind of colonization had to accompany a large expanding program of mercantile. We have in the more recent times of our own world the same situation
take him
arising.
down. All right, you guys
The
need to
expanding
come out
power
here
of
and
the British
at
Empire
very least
in the
distract these
17th and
guys.
18th centuries resulted in a vast colonization
Let's
program.
finish them off.
The
All right,
establishment
good.
of such groups as the Virginia Company, the Hudson's Bay Company, the East India Company, and others, for the purpose of distributing these various wares which could be gathered from other countries. The gathering of the material in these other countries required central storage areas, such as the treaty ports that were set up along the coast of China in the closing years of the last century. Such programs must have carried with them cultural infusion. Every colonizing program in the last 1,000 years has spiritually, morally, intellectually, and culturally affected all peoples involved in this colonization. And in spite of the fact that only selfishness may have dominated the original program, these colonizing plans have
Come back
always
here.
finally resulted in the
Yes.
raising of native levels and have opened the way for the future independence of these once colonized and dominated groups. We have no reason, therefore, to assume that Plato was mad or completely impractical if he tells us something which we have seen repeated 100 times since, and have seen repeated by peoples of a much more complicated nature, and with situations that might have suggested other means of handling, but we have still followed the old traditional ways. If, then, it is conceivable
Boom, got
that
him.
this Atlantic center did have a broad area which, like the spokes of a wheel moving outward from the central hub, finally diverged to an incredible rim area. We have one possible answer to the question of how almost completely isolated peoples, among whom there is no historical record of contact, and who have been separated by what appeared to be impassable intervals of mountains, land, or water, could have, at approximately the same time, been enriched by certain basic additions to their ways of life. In thinking of this, let us turn to some of these peoples. Even the Greeks do not or did not.
Shabal says, I agree with you, man. This is exactly the way to behave nowadays. It says it's okay. You don't want to hear my voice. So I'd be interested. Man, it would be freaking awesome to have like a meeting with all of the crew in real life. Shibble, Morn, DM Wyvern, and Flint Fireforge, Kevin Lorder. Get the whole crew together, man. It would be pretty wild. Wild times. Morn says, either way, bro, the inlet. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I read that already. Jabal says, you'll forgive me, but I'll be back to lurk. I have some homework to do that I didn't have the strength to do the whole shift. Good luck. Don't work too hard. The old homework is always fun. You know what? Will you catch them? I just want to completely obliterate this army. I hate corn. Shabal says, as usual, I enjoyed the conversation. Friend, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you guys for spicing it up a bit. Definitely adds, I think, to the interest. And sorry if it got a little bit heated tonight. And I apologize for any inaccuracies I may have sputtered in my my rants. Morn says, Atlantis fell because of war, degradation, a fate shared by many civilizations and cities in the Bible, and will be shared by the United States soon. Yeah, well, you know, like, yeah, I wish I could disagree with you, Morn. But Western sort of the Western values have kind of gone out the window, and it's not just the United States that's kind of on shaky ground. If the U.S. and the people of the U.S. can get back to its values, the values of the founding of the nation, then maybe there is a chance. But I mean, like, the American Constitution and the Bill of Rights are probably like the best forms of governance that we have, you know, like organized governments that we have laid out that we know about anyway. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Atlantis. Anytime you go against the laws of nature, you're doomed to your own destruction. It's foolhardy. Like, you know, there are certain laws written in the fabric of reality that if you go against them, if you rebel against them, you're just bringing about your own doom. Shibbo says it's okay. Don't worry. I'll.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord.
Stay you later.
Adventure beckons. Be wary, though.
Quest
While
issued.
the potential rewards are great, so too are the perils.
Enemy forces are... Oh, interesting. We'll wait till we're a little bit stronger, that we have a better stack put together before... nice Talisman of Endurance. Nathan Coterra says, howdy rag and happy hump day. Happy hump day. Welcome to the stream, Nathan Coterra. You just missed, we had quite the...
Do you know who I am?
quite the heated discussion here earlier on religion and Catholicism, and we're listening to some lectures from the YouTube channel Library of Alexandria by Leslie P. Mann on the ancient city of Atlantis. Oh, Shabal says stab. You didn't want to put it out. Got you. One says, Nathan, ever played Baldur's Gate 1? Your last name reminds me of something in that game. Interesting.
Blessings of the lady be upon you.
Approach and state your affairs.
Fuck, man. Look at the trespasses. Minus 77. Our relations would be great with them if it wasn't for that. If I hadn't effed that up.
I'm no statesman.
But anyway, hopefully when we give him this next territory, we'll be able to...
Do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am? Right, Alberic, move right there. Want to make sure we've got enough movement to get to, excuse me, Chakwa. But I also obviously want to get rid of this army right here.
I will indulge you.
Your coming was foretold. I see my path.
And we'll have a Knight Lemorne make the attack. Nathan says, well, I'm Greek Orthodox, but I always support my Catholic brothers and sisters, and to mourn, only D&D game I've ever played is Dark Alliance. Baldur's Gate. Interesting. Alright, I think we are going to fight this manually, like peasants, as usual. Yeah, what I screwed up there, like, I traded him the settlement before we should have. I should do it on the following turn. That way we get replenishment and we don't trespass. And yeah. Morton says Greek Orthodox, that's cool as fuck. Much respect, Nathan. I'm actually my upbringing, I'm actually Anglican myself, which is a relative of the Christian community. But part of the churches that broke away from the Catholic Church because of believed corruption in the churches. There's along 150. Alright, let's listen to some more of this lecture. One says, the Orthodox, like Catholics, are the only ones that have upheld apostolic succession.
Believe that they originated their own culture. They said that their culture came to them by a mysterious person from a distant place. If you go into the Polynesians, if you go into the Northwestern American Indians, or the Southwest Indians, or the old Iroquois League, or the Plains Indians, if you go into the Eskimos culture, or to China, Japan, India, Persia, Syria, Assyria, Egypt, there is not one of these culture groups that will take the responsibility for having originated its own culture. This is important.
Nathan says, I always got to explain to people why I celebrate Easter on a different date because Orthodox use the Julian and not the Gregorian calendar. That's interesting.
While we have only myths to work with, that is true. Every one of these groups of myths tell essentially the same origin story. That the peoples came from elsewhere. That they came with leaders who had led them from some previous location. That these leaders were responsible for the establishment of higher orders of culture in primitive areas. Thus, the natural or aboriginal peoples of these areas all insist that their cultures began with the advent of divine beings who came from remote places, from a long distance, from other lands. These remote beings did not resemble the people to whom they came. They wore different clothing. They spoke a different language. But in each case, they brought ideas. And from these ideas, the cultures of these local groups derived their impulse and their inspiration. Now, when you find this scattered throughout the earth, and you find almost identical cultures developing around these myths, so that Max Müller, the great German Orientalist, was actually correct when he said that there was never a false religion unless a child is a false man, that all these people came to the same basic ideas, and that as cultures developed, they developed around identical institutions. The astronomy of India, although we do not know where it came from, is not essentially different from the astronomy of Egypt, nor is it different from that of China, nor of that of Greece. And European astronomy is indebted to this entire background. Even in languages, identical words are to be found. Dr. Laplongeon, exploring both Egypt and the Western Hemisphere, made a list of hundreds of Maya words, he knew the language, which were identical with Egyptian words of same meaning. And also he made many drawings of glyphs, which show that the Egyptian words and glyphs for certain objects were identical with the words and glyphs assigned to them in the Western Hemisphere. The only answer to this is that there was a migration of ideas. And Plato's hypothesis seems to provide us with an adequate explanation for this migration of ideas. Furthermore, we find no evidence among other peoples of any mass migrational efforts. There is no other people known on the earth today in the mythology of which we find any clearly defined statement that that people was responsible for a powerful inflection of world culture. In other words, the Greeks do not say that they educated the Western Hemisphere. The Egyptians do not say that they ever had anything to do with China. India does not claim that it is responsible for Central American civilization. Nor can the Central American civilization, dear old Dr. Plongeon to the contrary, nevertheless, actually claim that it was responsible for the rise of Syria, Palestine, the Near East, and the emirs of Afghanistan. No existing people meets the need of the problem at hand, nor does any existing people claim to ever have fulfilled that need. And though their myths be many, this type of mythology is not to be found. But the mythology that someone else came to them is universally present. One of the difficulties, of course, that we confront in all of these situations is the comparatively recent rise of a trustworthy chronological system. We have a reasonable system in China by which we can push back dates 2,000 or 3,000 years before the Christian era, but after that we are dissipated in mythology again. We can integrate the concept of Egyptian dating perhaps 6,000 to 7,000 years. In India, we are not quite so fortunate as far as chronological material is concerned. The Maya chronological system, which is perhaps one of the most perfect in the world, has only a comparatively recent history in the Western Hemisphere, and their own system of chronology implies definitely that it was set up elsewhere long before. But we do not have any trustworthy system of dating. We cannot raise the question, therefore, what were these people doing 10,000 years ago? We have no chronology to assist us to differentiate these periods. In fact, we could not spot them within several thousands of years. Thus we have only legendary. We have only the concept of the long, long ago. We are back to the most elusive of all dates, once upon a time, where every legend, fairy story, and fragment of folklore has its beginning. This once upon a time, however, has one interesting, demonstrable element.
Morn says, maybe Atlantis is the friends we made along the way. Could be. Could very well be. I love the story of Atlantis. It just, it just really makes you think. And it makes you wonder as well, like, is our sort of timeline of history, how accurate is it? And what's missing? And yeah, it just raises all sorts of questions and wonder.
This once upon a time is related to area.
Blessings of the lady be upon you.
And we are able to gather to some degree a picture of timing from location.
Honor and glory.
I have seen your heart.
We are not even able to fall back upon the trusty old tree rings, because we don't know which trees were there at the moment. We have no way of actually clearing this situation. We have only the broad picture of many peoples to whom things happened once upon a time. We do know, however, that this once upon a time was already in vogue and well used, being accepted as ancient lore as early as 7,000 years ago. We know that the ancient peoples of the valley of the Euphrates and of Egypt referred to ancient times in their earliest recorded works. So the historians and the storytellers of the old dynasties were using once upon a time just as we are. And this must imply that the term originates prior to the rise of these historical states as we know them. If then we shall assume some of these things, we must turn back now and try to appraise our Atlantean. What manner of man was this? Who was he? What kind of a person? Is it true that great scientists and philosophers and scholars flourished in this empire of the Golden Gates 25,000 years ago? Did some strange catastrophe wipe out the first spaceships, aeroplanes? Were these people great scientists? Are we merely struggling to regain what they once knew? It's all very dramatic, very interesting, and very difficult. Actually, we have to develop our premises very largely from the only record that we have in the Near Eastern area, in the Mediterranean area, and that is Plato. He tells us that they had great laws. good laws. He tells us that they built a great temple to the deity Poseidon, and that in this temple was a magnificent statue of the deity, that these people worked precious metals, that they were able to plate the walls of their city with orichalcum, a mysterious metal of the greatest hardness, like the plates or scales of a suit of armor. These people had armor, spears, bow and arrow, or at least some similar weapon. They were able to make war, and they were sufficiently aggressive so that it was not until the Athenians arose against them that they met any resistance in their migration. They domesticated the horse, which was sacred to the god who was the ruler of their land. They are...
Morn says, Poseidon has it against me. I'm constantly spilling drinks of water, bro. What the fuck did I do to that MFR? You and me both, buddy. I spill everything.
They possessed the knowledge of the tilling of the soil. And from the description of their harbors, their earthworks, their ships, their laws, their ancient hierarchical orders, the descent of their rulers, their princely and priestly families, their knowledge of medicine, law, and science, from all these fragments put together, we must have been in the presence of a reasonably advanced type of person. Now, this does not mean, by any circumstance, that we must regard the Atlantean as a miracle or a wonder of wonders. All we need to do is to see him standing in the background of the ancient world, standing against the background of the great dynasties of Babylonia and Egypt, standing perhaps almost like some vast pre-Egyptian in the midst of the city which he had built, the city of great monuments and pyramids, a wonderful city on a wonderful land, fertile, which he was able to cultivate, where he had learned to gather the fruits of the fields and to sow the grain. He had gained much knowledge. It would be almost inconceivable that the gods of the islands would have written tablets.
Morn says, ever spill anything on anyone at your job? I have, and I believe I've told this story on the channel at time. Yes, there have been occasions. One in particular was years ago when I was serving at the Rainforest Cafe. I don't know if you're familiar with the franchise. I don't even know if they're still around anymore. They used to be like international. They sort of like a touristy type spot for kids. Anyway, when I first moved here from Nova Scotia, that's where I got hired. It was brand new. We opened the restaurant, and it was a lot of fun. Like, opening a restaurant is a lot of fun, and it was a massive restaurant. Like, sat like 300 or 400 people. It was a big operation. But anyway, so this is one of my early days of serving, and this one night, I'm pretty sure it was like a Friday or Saturday night. And this table of like 4 really hot girls came in, and it looked like they were celebrating like a birthday or going out afterwards kind of thing. They just came for like a couple of drinks or like a quick bite to eat before they went out afterwards to celebrate, because they were all like really like dressed up or whatever. And they get sat in my section. And, you know, usually when, you know, really beautiful women come in to a restaurant, they might turn a few heads or whatever. And like servers, you know, are servers and restaurant people are Some of the worst people on the world. Anyway, there's always like some comments or whatever, and they, turn some heads or whatever. But anyway, they get sat in my section. They order their drinks, and this one girl. So I'm like, I get their drinks, and I'm delivering them. And like at the rainforest, we used to have like a lot of like specialty drinks, and we used to have some smoothies. And I'm delivering the drinks. I get 3 of the 4 down, and the last one I'm putting down, and like literally like it's like a mug, and it's like in slow motion. I'm putting it down, and it's like slipping out of my hand. And I swear, I don't think a drop of that drink missed her. Like it like just completely engulfed her in smoothie. And yeah, not my finest hour. And I remember going to my manager at the time, this really funny younger Chinese guy, Michael. What was his name? And fuck. Okay, Albert's got enough movement. Hallelujah. And I remember going to him, and I'm like, Michael, I spilled something on a guest. And he's like, what table was it? 84. I don't know what table it was. I do know what table it was. It was table 84. And he's like, what table was it? 84. And he just like, he didn't say anything. He's just like, fuck. Anyway, yeah, that was my story. Oh my god, we've got a fairy dragon. We got a fairy dragon sighting in the chat here, boys. Part of the crew. Mort says, Rainforest Cafe is hilarious, bro. Eating inside was always funny, though, to be honest. Very unique restaurant. Jabal says, personally, I always pour out my father's juice to everyone who comes to my workplace. Well, I don't want to investigate exactly what that is. Wyvern says, quit whining, Ragnarok. Mort asked me for a story, so he got a story. Wyvern says, and keep playing. And says, hi to you too, Ragnarok, Total War, and Total Pies. I don't like the story time. I want more Hammer War time. And Wyvern says, preemptive strike against the last boss that is Morn. And Wyvern says, how much cocaine do you think I've had tonight, Ragnarok? Oh my god. Wyvern, you don't seem like the type that would partake in the old, what is it, energy powder? Is that what they call it? Wyvern says, I'd go to your manager, damn it, and confess my undying love to you. Wyvern says, Ragnarok, you conned us with that hot tub stream talk. You liar, I want you butt naked in the tub playing your favorite games. And he says, look at Ragnarok yaking along and completely ignoring my insanity in chat. And Morn says, DM Wyvern is tweaking the fuck out of chat right now. He's got the rainbow and the pirate flag, my 2 favorite flags. How little you know me, Ragnarok. Good God. Good God, Wyvern. What are you saying, man? My whole mind is been blown here. Let's demolish this building. Wyvern, it's great to see you, man. Are you streaming tonight? I see you do some late night streams here on occasion. So I'm just curious. I could give you a little host. Send all 5 of these fine folks over your way. But yeah, I hope you're staying out of trouble, Mr. Wyvern. Doesn't sound like it from the sound of things.
The lady is with you.
DM Tony Montana, I have to call you. I guess we'll just drop it into that. Oh, son of a bitch. Did we give the vow of Morn? Did we do Morn's vow? We did not. I always forget this. Pledge this chivalry. Though Morn hasn't leveled up yet. God, Morn, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Wyvern says, being good, heck no, Rag. I'm busy in real life. Dude, I'm excited for Manor Lord on Auto Channel. Oh, man. I'm a little bit nervous about Manor Lords now because I saw the gameplay reveal that they did recently, and I've been meaning to do a video on it, but it's got me a little bit nervous. I saw some things that I'm like, uh-oh. And you know how I am, Wyvern, with games that, you know, rub me the wrong way. Speaking of rubbing the wrong way, I still owe you guys now. I owe you guys the Oil Up stream, which we got to do a vote. Should we do Oil Up stream with 12 hours of War Tales or 12 hours of Baldur's Gate 3? I don't even know why I ask. I think I'm just gonna do War Tales. I can't do. If it's Baldur's Gate 3, it's literally gonna be 12 hours of me just ranting and ranting and ranting. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with these guys yet, so just public order is fine. Morton says, I'm doing okay, Wyvern. The estrogen injections you force on me are making my hips crazy huge. Wyvern says, how did the game rub you the wrong way exactly? And Wyvern says, Baldur's Gate 3. Morton says, War Tales. You gotta do a Baldur's Gate 3. We could do half and half. We could do that. But yeah. Alright. Let's get this upgraded. But to answer your question, Wyvern, so the game had there were a few things that I noticed, like, so it was basically a reveal of the combat, and so this is something that I guess I noticed previously, and I mean it was pretty apparent. Like the colors of the units are kind of a little bit washed out, which is fine. I mean that's the medieval period, but when the armies kind of come together and clash, it's really hard to tell who's who. And that was a big issue, a big part of the reason why Troy and Pharaoh were received in the way that they were, or one of the many reasons. But I mean, not being able to tell who's who is a kind of a big deal. And so I don't know if there's something they can do to improve like the banners in the game to make it just, you know, seem like you can tell people apart. But that was a little bit concerning. And then the combat itself, there were like some guys that were like zooming across the map. And I'm like, is this the game on regular speed, or is there like a high speed or something? Like, what's going on here? Like, I was like, what the hell was that? So those were just some minor things. I'm sure it'll be ironed out or addressed, hopefully. But just a couple minor things that I was a little bit concerned about. But the game itself, like the city building and everything, looks incredible. But I mean, I think, like, the thing is, like, I don't think CA gets enough. Like, CA gets so much criticism nowadays for good reason, but at the same time, what they've done with these games, the real-time tactical battles, it's not easy to achieve. Like, no one's been able to do it as well as them, or even close to as well as them. Like, and that was kind of really apparent with the Ultimate General series. Like, the campaign mechanics for Ultimate General are excellent, but the battles feel very arcadey in comparison to Total War. It just doesn't have the same, like, they haven't been able to do what Total War's been able to do. Wyvern says, you want the BG3, Daddy? Wyvern said so. And Wyvern says, I'm glad we can see your beautiful chonker's face again. Yeah, we'll have the face on every once in a while. I'm just so lazy to set up the old I can't even knock on it. The old green screen. It literally only takes me 5 minutes to set up, but every time I do set it up, kind of freaks the cats out a little bit. So I try to set it up on a minimal. Bollocks. All right, Knight Lamorne. I'm sorry, Morn, but I've got to disband you temporarily here, and we've got to. Wyvern, you didn't even mention. I gave you an emoji in the freaking in the memberships. You didn't even say anything about it. You've got your very own emoji. Let me see if I can I use my own emojis? That's the question. I guess it's kind of hard to make out. Yeah, you can't really see it. I guess you gotta look really close. I've gotta actually, here, I'll show you guys. Oh, actually, you know what? This is a good time I can show you guys my, my 9 dragons. But I don't know if you can see that. The light kind of... But it is a fairy dragon. And that's what every wyvern aspires to be. A fairy dragon. That's my one of my magic cards. But yeah, I've got the 9 dragons here. Or, well, I've got 8 of the 9. The last one I'm not going to reveal yet. But we've got a red dragon. I can't find my Shivan dragons. They're hidden somewhere in my pile of magic cards. We've got a red dragon there. We've got an adult gold dragon. Which actually, I want to build a deck around this card. This is a really cool card, in my opinion. We've also got from the Forgotten Realms, Icing Death. And then this guy, this is probably not familiar, but his name is Numot the Devastator. I've always wanted to build a deck around this guy, but never got around to it because he's 3 colors. It's kind of hard to build a 3-colored deck. And then we've also got this guy. His name is Carthus, Tyrant of Jund. But the 9 Dragons is the new membership like tier that I added. And I'm gonna do a video on the 9 Dragons. On these guys, a little bit of the lore. And of course, Nicole Bolas, the dragon god. Freaking badass. Oh, and also I've got... Oh, I just dropped my processor. And then we've got from Ed Greenwood, Cormier. This is the... I think it's called the Black Doom or the Black Death. Thurgle, I can't pronounce the name, and I can't remember the name exactly. I don't know if Wyverns read this or not, but this is the history of Cormier, one of the staple locations in... and this is an ancient black dragon, which is really cool. But I can't remember his exact name. Morn says, disbanded. I knew you'd hurt me somehow. We'll bring you back, Morn. You're on leave. Have some shore leave. Enjoy the. There's some big bootied Latinas on the coast here that here in Burgone that you know, spend some time with them. Wyvern says, Lou, I love it. Those are Ragnarok Total War's celibacy cards. I don't know how to read. LOL. Not much of a chance for me to check that out. No. Oh, you know what? I don't know how to read this either because me being the idiot. Like, I had this book and I'm pretty sure I lent it to someone and just it disappeared. I don't know if I ever got it back or if it's hidden somewhere in my library somewhere. But I couldn't find it, so I'm like, you know what, I'd like to make sure that I have a copy of it, so I ordered another copy on Amazon, and boy howdy, don't you know, or guess who ordered a French version of the book. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna learn some French and try and read it. We can't even afford anything right now. That's okay. At least start recruiting something because we now have to deal with these guys. So the plan has always been well, we've still got a lot of work to do here, but consolidate this province, and then make friends with everyone around us, sell the property to them, and then sail over to here. So we've gotten rid of corn. Like, the thing is, we can't leave this... Yeah, we can't abandon the piranha swamps with corn about, but we should be able to make friendly with the lizards and Wolfheart. I just kind of screwed up with Wolfheart because of the the trespassing, but that'll go down over time, so that should work out okay.
Welcome to fair Britannia.
I can't even balance it. Though I could probably balance it if I cancel that recruitment. Let's cancel that recruitment. Because these treaties are
Wolfhart.
probably...
The expedition will hear you.
The fuck?
Do not assume that a hunter does not
Oh,
understand.
that's weird.
Valiant Lord. The lady
Oh shit, it was them that I was negotiating with. Women says, not much of a chance for me to check that out. I figured maybe it was something that you'd seen, that you'd read in your travels. You being a big D&D guy, I figured it was something that had come across your desk at some point. Weimer says, more doesn't this feel different? Like, no joke, things seem super quiet these days as far as the gaming communities I'm part of. Like, the pandemic boom has all but petered out. Or is it just me, Morn? Morn says, I agree, definitely quieter. I think, like, right now, like, I think there's a lot of trepidation in the world right now, and I think people are quite rightfully focused probably on I think in life there are times when you can just kind of go with the flow, and you know, you can go with the tide or go with the current, and there are other times where you need to row like hell. And I think right now is a time that people really need to be rowing like hell, because whether or not it happens, there's a potential for a lot of bad shit to happen right now, and there is a lot of bad shit happening in the world right now. And you know, regular everyday folk are really struggling these days, and I think you know, gaming and watching gaming and stuff like that kind of comes a little bit secondary, but I don't know. Wyman says maybe it's the multi-streaming thing, like Twitch kind of split the community. Could be. I mean, there's channels that are booming too, though. I mean, like, the big channels still do really well, like Dr. Disrespect, Legend of Total War, and some of the smaller channels like Mercy the Mad does really well, Radiant Ash does really well. So I mean, some of those channels, and there's up and coming channels like Teapot Tom, Total War, his community as well. But I think I sometimes rub people the wrong way, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm just kind of meandering here. I'm not sure what else we can do this turn. Paravon, it's not a huge. We don't need diplomacy, but let's listen to some more of our lecture here for DM Wyvern, since Wyvern's here. See if he wants to listen to some of this. This is probably why there's so few people here.
Inscribing them with their instructions, and this Plato simply tosses in, had not the people had a written language, nor would he be likely to refer to these achievements had they no histories or historical records. So we must assume that perhaps, as in the case of Egypt or Greece, that some at least of the Atlanteans were literate, that they possessed a written language and could preserve history, that they could also preserve chronology, and that perhaps they are some almost hypothetical Maya.
Byron says, maybe it's the multi-streaming... Oh, sorry. He says, they can't take the brilliance of your charm, Ragnarok, nor the sass of your ass. With the fairy dragon. And he says, what the fuck is this? We are listening to the Library Alexander channel, a lecture by Leslie P. Mann on the evidence for Atlanta in the... the evidence for Atlantis in the Egyptian and Greek records, and the theme of the campaign is Heir of Atlantis, which our fine fellow here, Alberic, is playing the role of the Heir of Atlantis, though we don't know who truly is behind the helmet there. And the plan for the campaign is to create a maritime empire. So we're going to conquer this province, which we've already done, and then conquer this province, and then come and conquer these islands, and then come back to the Iberian Peninsula here, conquer this, and then we're going to head to the Galleon's Graveyard, which is over here, and then eventually to Atlantis here in the center. So we're probably going to listen to a few of these lectures along the way, because I really enjoy it, and it just really sparked some pretty heated discussion earlier, to be perfectly honest. Wyvern says Lul. But yeah, you know, I've been listening to this guy quite a bit lately, a lot of his lectures, and I've actually got one of his books that I've cracked into a little bit, and it's a, like I was saying earlier to the guys, it's a topic that, oh, sugar. We should have traded this last turn, because now they've occupied this and we can't trade it. But it's a topic that really interests me. Really raises so many questions about our history and what we don't know, what we've forgotten, and things like that. And yeah, I just really enjoy it. It's just something I wanted to share with the community. And get back to the channel roots. The channel's turning 7 this year, and I wanted to get back a little. I want to get back to a little bit of the history and stuff like that. That's at the heart of the channel. And Wyvern says, that sounds great. Love you, Ragnarok. Night, lads. I'm heading to bed. We'll be lurking in the background. All right, Wyvern, sleep tight. I probably won't be going for too much longer. The plan was 4 hours tonight, because I've got an early morning. I've got a long day tomorrow. So, yeah, I'll probably just be going for another 40 minutes, which we're not going to actually finish the lecture tonight, if that's the case. But that's all right. I'll probably start it halfway or something next time, but... yeah, I'm hoping to do a little bit of this with some other stuff too. We can do some other lectures from other intellectuals and things like that, and get some discussions going, and yeah, see how she goes. All right, so these guys we're gonna go to war with here shortly. All right, we can send you to scout. Yeah, so that's a very dangerous army, and we're still pretty beat up from fighting Khorne. How much are these guys costing? 73. These guys are 169. How much are the archers? The archers are 102. Are you shitting me? Artillery are only... These guys are 238. 175. More says, you like calzones, Raggy. You know what? I'm ashamed to say this. I have never had a calzone. I wouldn't even know where to get a calzone here in Canada, to be perfectly honest.
Of the lady be upon
one turn. 500. How much is this? 300. All right, let's just build a farm here, because we'll probably be able to get the money back from that. And
hero. Yes.
Oh shoot, I forgot to rename this guy and give him his vow. Knight. I don't know if we're gonna have enough room for this. Oh. Fairy Wyvern. There we go. Knight Fairy Wyvern. There we go. And we'll pledge him to chivalry, of course.
Lord of Bretonia. For now, yes.
How many turns is it going to take to replenish this guy's? 5 turns. 169. 73, 700.
Do you know who I am?
Seers.
should have got rid of them last turn.
Do you know who I am?
Let's just hope
Devotee of the lady.
they don't declare war on us in the meantime.
If the
But building the farm here means we'll be able to recruit here also. Yeah,
Blessings of the lady be upon you.
at the same time. Okay. Research.
A learned person, such as those met by Cortes when he arrived in the Western world and beheld for the first time the Venice of America, the city of floating ships and islands, ruled over by the wise and colorful Montezuma. Now, how do we gain any further knowledge of this? We gain it again by going to the myths of these circumference peoples, the mysterious beings who came to them in the dawn of time, responsible for their advancement and their knowledge, are always attributed as possessing such attributes as we have listed. In other words, they were persons wearing armor, apparently a kind of chain or scale armor, which caused them to resemble fishes. That these people also came in boats, that they could navigate, and that when they reached the land, they brought with them in every instance a culture level higher than that of the people to whom they came. The picture is therefore that at least in the area under consideration, this colonizing was into primitive regions, as was the case in the 18th and 19th century in many cases, and that these various merchants or maritime adventurers actually developed primitive peoples and secured from them valuable commodities. In exchange, they left the inevitable record of their presence. Perhaps they sent missionaries. Perhaps they established permanent colonies. These things we cannot know with certainty. Now, if this was occurring 10, 12, 14,000 years ago, 20,000 perhaps, what was the state of the rest of the world?
protector of the realm.
What was the state of the rest of the world when Great Britain produced its colonial empire? It was not a world of Great Britain and savagery. It was a world of several great cultures, and a world in which, by its own peculiar nature and skill, Great Britain was able to create this vast mercantile commonwealth. Now, it is not at all necessary that at the time of the Atlanteans, no other civilized people existed. There is much to indicate that great migrations moving from northern Asia were also to be considered as important. For the beginning of the great Arya migration, which was to finally take the place of the Atlantean world and to dominate the culture which we now know, was certainly underway, moving into the theater of world affairs, down through the valley of the Sind and the great Indo-Gangetic plain of India. It is quite probable, likewise, that the migrations of this Atlantean area might have carefully avoided large and powerful nations that also had existence. It may never have reached them, having been limited largely to the great Atlantic area. Or it may have reached them and fraternized with them. We have no record that it warred with them. Plato would imply from his account that there was no such thing as war as we know it until it was developed by the Atlanteans, that they were the first mortals to engage in war. If such is the case, perhaps they were the first whose ambitions, perhaps towards world dominion, brought them into conflict with the ambitions of others, or brought down upon them the resentments of exploited groups or pillaged culture systems. However we may wish to view this, Plato then moves into a moral ethical
The
consideration,
nation.
in which he points out that the destruction of Atlantis was due to the disobedience of the princes and their peoples, who departed from the laws which had been given to them by their divine father, the god of the seas. And as retribution for these errors, terrible catastrophes descended upon them, and they were destroyed. Plato's account ends at this point. No one knows why. It is possible that Solon's account also so ends, or that Plato, concerned with other essays, neglected this one, or perhaps purposely he intended it to go no further. In any event, we have the powerful concept of such a cultural center. This causes us then to begin to patch together the framework and remnants of the old cultures of the world in an effort to discover, if we can, such common material as could well have been derived from a single source. We have considerable such material available to us. For example, one of the earliest accounts relating to this arriving out of the sea of the stranger on his ship or upon his raft of serpents is that related to Dagon, the Babylonian Chaldean culture hero. Dagon, or Oannes, the man who came out of the sea with the body of a human, with the head of a human being and the body of a fish, might well represent our mysterious Atlantean merchant or navigator. That he came out of the sea means merely that he came over the horizon.
Art Gallery, welcome to the stream. It says, is it a book or a lecture? So it's a lecture from the YouTube channel Library of Alexandria. The link to both the YouTube channel and the this particular lecture are in the video description. But it's Manly P. Hall is the name of the person giving the lecture, and yeah, it's talking about the evidence for Atlantis in the Greek and Egyptian records. And there's many more lectures by Mr. P. Hall on there on the Library of Alexandria. And I haven't rummaged around yet whether or not there are some we'll actually just stay in this province. I don't want to. It looks like the Wolfheart is going to take Wittax. They may have actually even ambushed them, is what it kind of looks like happened here, because the army that was here is MIA. Art Gallery says, oh, okay, because I've been to many lectures to know what they sound like. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, it says it's a lecture, but he could just be, he's probably just like reading from his notes or whatnot. But I do actually have some of his books here as well, which are, the little bit I've read so far are excellent. This settlement we're going to give to someone. We might give it to the lizards, but we might also give it to Wolfheart if he takes quit tax, because we need
Welcome, Outlander.
oh, okay, beautiful. All
What
right,
brings your
that's
guest?
exactly what we needed from him. But yeah, let's continue with the lecture. But Art Gallery, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're not studying too hard. I know you're working hard on your, is it your master's or your doctorate that you're working on? I feel like it's your doctorate. Art Gallery says, so it's about real life evidence. So yeah, like he goes into detail about you know, like obviously like with Plato
Do you know
and
who I am?
those stories, but I mean a lot of it is evidence from stories and myths from ancient peoples, and things like that. But it's hard for me to sort of describe all of the evidence that he puts together shortly, because he's got hours upon hours of evidence talking about, you know, like he's met with like elders from like you know, like Native American tribes, and met with people from all over the world, and talks about like his breadth of knowledge on history is actually quite staggering. But yeah, he's pretty good. But I mean at the very least, what I've been saying tonight is that the whole story of Atlantis, which I love, is very thought-provoking. It just really ooh. We get another Knight of the Realm. Maybe we'll get another. We could get a questing knight, though I don't believe Alberic has the vow for the questing knights yet. Let me just double check. Oh, he does have the questing vow. I mean, we could use a questing knight. What's the upkeep difference? Bit of a difference. The Archaeological says, "Oh, thanks for remembering. I'm kind of done. Submitted my final year thesis, and it's my master's. Waiting for the results to graduate." Ah, dude, I hope all went well. Congratulations, man. That's fucking impressive feat, man. I would love to go back and do my master's, but I don't think it's gonna be in the cards. At least I think it, like if I'm really lucky, it'll be something that I do later in life. You know, in my twilight, I'll go back to school and do my master's and my doctorate if I'm blessed to have that opportunity. But right now, it's not really in the cards for me. But yeah, fingers crossed it happens at some point.
That he was riding upon a dragon means only that he came upon a ship. The messengers of Montezuma thought that Cortez had arrived on a dragon and declared they had seen it from the shore. So we can still pretty well consider what this means. Perhaps dragon carving on the bow of a boat. Perhaps merely the sail or the oars, resembling many lakes, led a very primitive people to believe that a sea monster had risen before them.
Laird Garler says, so they think what happened to Pompeii happened to Atlantis. Oh, that would be cool. Dr. Ragnarok. Yeah, it would be really cool. But yeah, like I said, right now, yeah, I've got more pressing things to sort out. But who knows? I mean, life is mysterious. Maybe I'll get the opportunity to do it. But yeah, but to answer your question, definitely they think that some kind of cataclysm destroyed Atlantis. But listening to some of his other lectures, when he talks about Atlantis, he you know, he brings up that when you talk about Atlantis, it's not just an island, that it's more of a global civilization, and that the island of Poseidonus was apparently the last island of Atlantis to be destroyed. But there's evidence across many different cultures and different stories for this advanced civilization. But yeah, anyway. This lecture here is just kind of the tip of the iceberg, just kind of getting into it. So I'm hoping that through this campaign, we'll actually be listening to a few more of his lectures. We're about, right now, we are... about an hour and 10 minutes into this lecture. I think it's about it's a little bit less than 2 hours long. And we're about, I think we're about an hour and 10 minutes into the lecture. I've been pausing it occasionally to chime in and stuff. And we've had some pretty interesting conversations
in any event,
as well.
What was the first thing that this seaman taught to the people in the valley of the Euphrates? The first thing that he is said to have given them was good government. Good government meaning social organization. He taught them the importance of cooperation, of the building of tribal or national consciousness, of giving them community life, of having them settle to become the dwellers in towns and villages, to end their ancient wanderings. He also taught them to cook their food, which previously they had eaten raw. He taught them that it was not necessary merely to fish for their food with a bone hook. He taught them how to snare and capture animals. He taught them how to weave cloth. These are things that are particularly related to these cultured deities. To till the soil, to gather medicinal herbs, to treat various kinds of sickness, to organize a calendar for the historical and chronological preservation of their dates, and also a written language in which they could preserve records. Furthermore, he taught them to build by laws of architecture, and in several cases he is accredited with having given them music. He is certainly associated with basic arts and sciences and crafts. And before the completion of his mysterious sojourn with them, he had given them the momentum, the impetus to achieve to a new level of social greatness. Now, in several instances, we observe thinly veiled what may be the realistic answer to the problem, namely that this same man taught them to gather various plants, taught them to mine the earth, taught them to catch birds for beautiful plumage, and also to raise special fruits and harvests, leading to their prosperity. This implies that this visitor was setting up a proper situation for an exchange of goods. In other words, he was helping these people to develop skills, presumably with the idea that after they had produced this goods, he would take it and merchandise it for them. Furthermore, there is evidence that this stranger left artifacts behind him. He left things that had belonged to his people. These became sacred relics, regarded with the most profound veneration. Now, as we begin to analyze this stranger who came from the sea, we almost inevitably come to the conclusion that he could not have been one but many. And this is again sustained by the records. For the records in Chaldea alone seem to point to at least 5 persons concealed under the identity of Dagon, or Oannes, the fishman. These persons visited the area at widely different periods, but had similar missions and identical contributions to make. And gradually, in prehistory, these personalities were either considered as one person with a phenomenal length of life, or as re-embodiments or returns of this one person on a religious level as avatars or re-embodiments. So we look this over with a rather critical thought in mind. We seem to observe a great deal of solid common sense. We have someone coming at that time to a people, establishing perhaps, as in the case in Mexico, where it is said Quetzalcoatl brought with him a retinue of persons of his own kind, and established a kind of court or community. In some instances, the emphasis is upon religious matters, but always it is upon advancement. And in every instance, the same second act takes place. The strangers departed in due course, usually having appointed a successor or someone from among the people to carry on the program that had been started. In each case, the strangers promised to return, and in no case did they return. This is, I think, also important. Always the strangers said he would come back. Always he warned the people to keep the rules and laws because he would come back and find out whether they had or not. Also, this stranger emphasized the need for honesty and for integrity and for dedication. And
One says, also agree with Warhammer, the face cam is good stuff. Also, what you're drinking. Yeah, we'll be using the face cam here and there. I don't want to sometimes I just don't feel like being on camera. So we'll use it sparingly. But I'll use it more for sure. Try and get my personality a little bit out more. But I'm just drinking water. And green honey lemon ginseng green tea in my little Christmas cup. So nothing too crazy. Okay, so they're destroyed. I was hoping to sell that settlement to a Wolfheart. But I guess now is the time to get down here and get after the Awakening. And actually, the Mosquito Swamps is actually a province that we could hold on to for ourselves. So let's boogie on down this way. What's the best way to get there? Yeah. And hopefully we can get there before this faction is destroyed. I'd like to keep them in the game. Yeah, this is the fastest way. Alright guys, Marcus dealt with that situation for us.
Faith is my armor.
So we'll head down this way. Are we getting blocked up here? What's happening? What's happening here, guys? Has everybody moved all their movement? I think the artillery is slowing this army down, and
You honor me.
shit. This needs to go into Alberic's army because the upkeep cost for this is ridiculous in his army. Probably gonna build defenses there. Yeah, just leave the artillery building there for now. Could build something else, but... Alright, what is next on the diplomatic trail? I think, or on the technology trail. Let's go economic. But yeah, I figured for tonight's stream, because we've got the lecture going, I wanted to have the face cam. I was gonna do the Viking, continue the Viking Let's Play. But then I'm like, you know what? Kind of in the mood to play Alberic. I've been wanting to play it for a bit, so ooh, let's not forget to move you. Ooh, you get down around that way. Dang it! I wonder if we could have come that way too. All right.
It shall be so.
he warned the people not to abuse the knowledge which he had given them, stating that if they did abuse this knowledge, they would destroy themselves. So with fond-a-do's of one kind or another, this mythological ancestor, this psychological forebear,
And state your affairs.
vanished back into the sea again. He always went out for the same mysterious road of water by which he had come. His ship or his dragon seemed to vanish under the ocean, and he was never seen again. And his people waited for him, and they kept his rules, sometimes for centuries and thousands of years. And many, even in the world today, whether we realize it or not, are still keeping those ancient rules and still waiting for the return of the hero who came out of the sea. Where you find this maybe in 40 or 50 scattered culture groups, it has to have a meaning. There has to be something under it. We can say psychologically that perhaps it originates within man. This can be advanced and sustained with some logic. But it does not explain the lack of certain growth factors. These primitive peoples say, and demonstrate by their later action, yesterday we were savages. Then this man came, and immediately we were no longer savages. Within 50 years, within 20 years, within 100 years at most.
This is classic. I don't know if you're still here, Morn, but Knight LaFairy Wyvern, in a drive to improve combat stamina across your armed forces, the High Quartermaster has been experimenting with new ration combinations. Mystery meat. Our fairy wyvern has been experimenting with mystery meat. How come? Oh, wyvern.
These
That's too bad he's not here for
peoples
that.
began to record their history. They changed their grass huts into great buildings. Sciences, arts, and crafts burst into bloom. Here they are. Yesterday they were not. And they tell us that the reason why this change was so rapid was because this knowledge was given to them. It was not evolved the slow and difficult way requiring thousands of years of gradual cultivation. This was given to them as a kind of birthright, a heritage. And they took it upon themselves, and in a very short time gained astonishing proficiency. Consider the modern situation. As a result of the entrance of higher culture groups into primitive areas, many backward areas of our earth have been completely transformed in 150 years. We know this is happening, and we know that within the next 50 years, many new states and nations that 200 years ago were savages will sit as civilized human beings at the tables of our conferences. Thus rapidly does this contact bring with it the change in the state of things. This may also explain why, under the tremendous impulse of this almost divine mystery, for with ancient peoples everything that cannot be understood is sacred, under the impulse of this hero and the legends rising around him, small groups of persons became the custodians of the deeper phases of his laws. The knowledge that he could not or would not wish to have forgotten was communicated to the old ones, the priests. They apparently were among his earliest converts, the local native wise men. He formed them into schools, into a kind of group of elders, perhaps his form of a privy council or of a legislative body to surround him and protect him and advance his projects. When he was gone, these legislators he had trained became the keepers of his wisdom. They are the ones that then proceeded to initiate young people into this body as time went on so that the secrets could not be lost. In some cases, the secrets were lost. Some cultures became totally extinct, and we have no remnant or record of them as surviving. In the stronger and more healthy groups, however, there was survival. And this survival means that in a reasonably short length of time, these peoples emerged almost simultaneously or very closely allied in time sequences. And that suddenly the curtain of history rolls up and we see history. And we see it coming into our understanding. But behind this history is nothing but secrets. Ancient institutions dedicated to the gods, to the sciences, to the arts, and to the religions. Each of these gods part of a strange order of beings. Now let us remind ourselves of one other thing, that even in the times of Plato and Thales and the other great Greek thinkers, there was a hypothesis strongly held that the gods had originally been mortals. Also, among the Egyptians, Plutarch tells us that the great gods of Egypt were antediluvian kings who had been deified after death. Now this has more or less disappeared from our thinking, but perhaps it also has a bearing upon this present consideration. We do not mean to imply that all religion rises merely from prehistoric history. We do mean to imply, however, that between man as a worshipping being, worshipping the great creative principles of life, and man in his present complicated theological structure, there is an interval of interpretation, of impersonation, of personification, by means of which hierarchies or pantheons of divinities have arisen in nearly all parts of the world. These divinities, in most instances, like the Olympian gods, the Aces of Scandinavia, or the great Egyptian gods of Philae and Luxor, these deities have their stories, they have their histories, they have legends about them. They have their persecutions and their problems, their fortunes and their misfortunes. They were sometimes victorious and sometimes defeated, and they were subject to most of the moods that mortals can understand. The Egyptians and Greeks believed that these secondary orders of deities might very well have been originally human beings, living at a remote time and with unique achievements, by means of which they became the patrons and were recognized as divine by lesser peoples to whom they brought culture and enlightenment. This would again fit into our hypothesis. If, for example, there was a cultured people, a highly civilized people, that took some kind of a paternal interest in the then wandering nomadic tribes that are now the nations of the world. If such cultivated persons existed, we have no record of them whatever except in that mysterious account of the time when the gods walked the earth prior to the rise of the ordinary human way of life. Every people has this account. The account that once upon a time the gods were among them, taught them, worked with them, gave them their privileges, established their priesthoods, set up their monarchies, so that ancient peoples all believed themselves to have been descendants of deities, and even the Emperor of Japan believes that his dynasty goes back to the goddess Amaterasu Omikami, the goddess of the sun, a divine being from whom a human dynasty proceeded. Everywhere it is the same. Ancient rulers governed by the divine right of kings. And this divine right was by descent from the heavenly kings that preceded the human rulers. This thinking could take considerable interpretation, for it could well be that behind the history, this dim band that we cannot penetrate, is the band of these ancient gods. Now let us appropriate a scientific, philosophical, psychological thought. Supposing we assume that 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, primitive men, having attained, however, a measure of culture, began to contemplate their own origin. Suppose, for example, that the Eskimo or some of the totem Indians had a long history and were going back to try to develop a concept of where they came from and who these great gods were from whom they were descended. If they could go back to the earliest forms of their legends, there's one important thing that we must bear in mind. It is very difficult for any people or even an individual to imagine clearly a state superior to himself unless he is in the presence of example. It is quite possible for a primitive man of today, having seen a civilized man, to imagine him. But if the primitive man had never seen a civilized man and knew of no other kind of creature than himself, it is very doubtful if he could have imagined a group of ancestors or predecessors sublimely superior to himself. He would not have known how to describe them or what to call them. He could not imagine the origin of his clan being any different from the world that he knew. Yet our primitive forebears, arising from a primitive state, all had a clear concept of the existence in the world prior to their time of a culture system supremely advanced beyond their own. Thus the Greeks, at their very dawn, contemplating upon the gods of the great Hyperborean range, or the gods who abode north of the winds, saw Olympus as a magnificent assembly not only of rather human gods, but also of great attainments, of great skill, and of supreme authority, wisdom, and power. The gods of Greece and Egypt were great gods, looking down upon their world. And those who first envisioned them and gave us the ancient legends about them give us legends of a highly sophisticated nature, totally inconsistent with the people among whom these legends arose. Thus we may question not only the spontaneous development of a people in an unreasonably short time by their own efforts, or that these peoples, while still comparatively primitive, would attribute their growth by imagination alone to a specifically cultured group superior to themselves. These things do not normally occur in human psychology. And if probably anything, our ancestor was more normal than we are, because he did not have the confused and complicated social structures that make life difficult for us. So here we are with a new group of elements to consider. Let us take one of these elements and trace it briefly. Where did our religious insight arise? When Quetzalcoatl reached the shores of the Western Hemisphere, the man who came on the raft of serpents, he brought with him the worship of one God. When the ancient Oannes came to the shores of Babylonia, he brought the worship of one god. When Fu He, the great primitive ancestor of China, the man born out of the body of a fish, who rose from the sea and gave to the Chinese the mystery of the trigrams and the great writing, when he came to them, he brought to them the worship of one god, Shanti, imperial heaven. When Vishnu, in India, in the embodiment of the first avatar, born out of the body of a fish, and so created to rescue the law which had been carried to the bottom of the ocean by a demon, when this being came forth to become the inspiration of the great Puranic literature of India, he taught the worship of one god. When Viracocha came to Peru, he taught the existence of one god. And wherever we go, it is the same. These primitive peoples apparently had worshipped idols, or had worshipped fetishes, or had merely the primitive juju magic of the Vuitton and the African primitive. But immediately these leaders appeared. They brought the message of the one true Father. They taught that this Father was invisible. They taught that this Father was not embodied, but that this Spirit dwelt everywhere, in everything, and the Incas of Peru worshipped it by kissing the wind.
What says juju magic? Maybe. But it's interesting that they worshipped the one Father, which, you know, I think is reminiscent of our conversation earlier. Archaeological says juju magic. Goodness gracious. I should give you guys an update of what I'm thinking here. Well, obviously, we're going to attack. We want to get rid of the vampire blight down here. Though it looks like the lizards have made a stand together. It's in combination with Selena Hopek have made a stand. And it's a good thing we gave this settlement to them, because I think that's their own, that's their only settlement right now. They would have probably been wiped from the map, and this is an excellent time for us to get down here and attack the vampires. I was hoping to create a confederation of, like, I don't want to confederate any of the Bretonians. I want to become allies with them, but it appears that things have gone sideways up here, which is not good. So we may... Anyway, we've got to sort out our own situation. Once the vampires are dealt with, we'll be free to set sail. Or we should be free to set sail, unless something goes sideways here with Wolfheart. Wolfheart's become quite strong, which is excellent. The lizards are holding down the center here, and Wolfheart is at war with the Dark Elves on the edge. I don't plan to come over here, not right now anyway. The plan is to get rid of the vampires and then set sail to these islands, and then we might have to boogie up here to help whatever's happening here, to try and save what's left of Bretonia. Le Archaeological says, as an African, I'm kind of somewhat about it. A juju magic. Juju means magic. Oh, fuck, man, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Le Arc. Because I didn't know that. I was unawares. All right, Alberic has just enough movement to get there. And if we were to join war against the Awakens, we could get non-aggression with Itza. Beautiful. And some money. Let's do it. We are joining the party down here.
Lord of Bretonia.
But yeah, the plan in this campaign is to make as many alliances as possible.
Honor before
And
glory. Protector of the realm.
and then retake Atlantis. Though, if the High Elves are here, we will yeah, we'll purge anyone else that's over here. But Atlantis, yeah, the Elves, we will we're not gonna go to war with the Elves,
Attack!
obviously. Morn says, so Juju is magic. Morn, you're on fire tonight, man. It's tempting to auto-resolve that, but I think we're gonna have to fight that.
They also believed in the importance of light as the symbol of the invisible power. And the Peruvians had a concept of the sun almost identical with that of Akhenaten in Egypt, nearly 2,000 years earlier. Thus, this power that came, this teacher,
And hero.
brought basic religious
There
ideas.
I go. Strike them down.
These ideas spread wherever
For
this
Bretonia.
teaching spread. But the spreading was confined to levels. And as Plutarch also tells us, the candidate for initiation into the mysteries was ultimately initiated into the mystery of the one true God, not known to the people.
Mort says, let's kidnap DM Wyvern and perform juju magic on him. You're even sounding like Wyvern now. That's totally what Wyvern would want to do with you. Art Gallery says, yeah, basically juju is what we call magic. We say magic, we say juju. Juju. That's pretty fucking cool. It shouldn't be too difficult, just a little bit tedious, I suppose. They'll probably be all spread out. But if we take our time, we should be able to do it with very light casualties. The only thing we need to worry about is the mortar, but Alberic is on his flying pony, so he should be fine.
But having been given to the mysteries by their divine founders long before, is it any more difficult to assume that these divine founders represented an ancient culture level than it is to believe that these divine founders are to be understood as actual deities who took upon themselves bodies at their pleasures, wandered about the earth like Votan, and instructed a few whom they pleased? Is one hypothesis more difficult than the other? It seems to me that it is much more natural to assume that a man learns from his father, and that this father is his progenitor, his instructor, than it is that he learns from some invisible power that visits him remotely or occasionally according to some strange and unpredictable whim. So it would appear very reasonable. Now, if these teachers from far places had brought only abstract ideas, we could say inspiration, instinct, intuition would be applicable. But when, among a widely diversified group, specific technical knowledge is communicated simultaneously over large areas, we must begin to question the pure intuitive hypothesis. It seems far more reasonable to assume that these teachings were derived from some previous and adequate source that had the means to disseminate such instruction. Now, if we assume also that these teachers at a remote time returned to their own lands, or that the great mercantile centers which they represented were destroyed, then we have several possibilities. If, for example, during the height of the British colonial theory, the British islands themselves had sunk, it would not have meant the complete dissolution of all these different colonial projects. It would have meant, rather, that these projects would have been thrown upon their own resources, and in varying degrees of preparedness would have had autonomy thrust upon them. It would also mean that such travelers, merchants, scholars, missionaries, humanitarians, as survived because perhaps they were either on the sea or in these distant regions at the time of the catastrophe, would be required to establish new domicile, and probably would remain with the groups where they had created areas of prestige. Thus we may have a phenomenon which is noted among ancient peoples, and that is the curious differences between what might be termed certain aristocratic families within a racial group and the structure of that group itself. Sir Marco Polo, who visited Angkor, the great Khmer center in Indochina, the ruins of which are another unsolved riddle, declared that it was perfectly possible to tell the members of the aristocratic and royal family because of the complete difference in the color of their skin and in the structure of their features. Although these people had been born there and had ruled there for centuries, they were not the same stock. Now, the legends in that area are also rather explicit, and the concept seems to suggest that in all possibility the Atlantean group may have lain at the root of dynasties in areas under their control or domination. That this group intermarried, or perhaps selected certain racial stock for the extension of its own sphere of influence, and that there may therefore be definite traces of Atlantean bloodstream in non-Atlantean peoples who were reached at that time, and whose achievements centered around certain heroic groups within their own structure, as, for example, the caste system in India. We have every reason to believe that this caste system was set up deliberately to prevent the mingling of the bloodstream of the Aryas from the north, who were coming down into India, and the ancient primitive stock of the Dravidians. To preserve the dynamic of the new bloodstream, the caste system was instituted. There are small caste systems on practically every island of the Polynesians. There are small caste systems in every tribe in Africa. These caste systems seem to speak of the descent of certain families that had custodial rights at ancient times, and the proof that there was a setting aside is in the structural difference in these classes, a difference which cannot be accounted for by any difference of opportunity or environment, or any known difference of racial background.
Laird Carlos says, why Bretonia though? I kind of find them very boring. They're very basic, but I like them because of their they don't have the bells and whistles as the other factions. But we're playing as Alberic because Alberic is our heir of Atlantis. So we're listening to the lectures of Mr. Hall here to yeah, and just sort of elicit some thought about our ancient past, and yeah, I just wanted to get a little bit back to the channel roots and explore some mythology, a little bit of philosophy mixed in there as well. Man, these trebuchets are terrible. on taking out these towers. But yeah, I figured Alberic would be a good character for our Heir of Atlantis, considering the trident and everything, and he's also behind a helmet, so you don't necessarily know who the man behind the helmet is. Let's bring these archers in and just see if we can do some damage to them. The trebuchets are terrible at taking those towers down. Sadly. Let's bring these guys in. Is Alberic still working over there? So that's why. Just something a little bit different. Just want to, you know, this is not something we'll do all the time, but definitely something I'd like to do on occasion. Is we'll do a special campaign where we'll have some kind of lecture or some kind of philosophy that I'll play in the background. I'll chime in. I know I haven't chimed in a whole lot here recently, but I kind of was hoping to finish. We're so close to the end of the lecture. Plus, I'm a little bit burned out from the very lively conversation we had earlier. Morn and myself. Let's just do a double check on everyone's health. Yeah, everyone's fine. Just Alberic is a little bit damaged. If you guys could take out that tower, that would be lovely. But yeah, we've got about like maybe 15 minutes left on the lecture.
Thus we have the possibility, which has been long affirmed, that the religions of man came from these semi-divine beings. That these religions are all aspects of one faith. That this one faith, or the Vedas, the law, that this faith had its root in some central religious core, and may very well have been the religious code of Atlantis. It is very close to the pronouncements given by Plato concerning the nature of this code for the government of the Atlantic islands. Also, although Atlantis was an empire kingdom, the laws were
oh
such
shit, look at
they
that. The archers
Plato
take
tremendously
the tower down really quickly.
in the development of his concept of democracy, the liberties, privileges, and rights of the Atlantean peoples indicated a high degree of socialized attainment. This attainment could well be the impetus which caused other peoples, receiving it for the first time, to feel that it led them out of bondage and brought them a new vision of the dignity of man. This whole problem, then, would rest upon what would happen if this hub area, as Plato has described, was destroyed in 24 hours, carrying with it to death nearly 60 million human beings. If such a catastrophe occurred, it would mean one of 3 or 4 circumstances. First, the breaking down, the collapse of this colonial relationship, insofar as those more remote areas which were seldom reached and only occasionally contacted were concerned. Such areas would have only a dim legend at best of some strange person that came to them, changed their way of life, and never returned. The second group, where more permanent voyaging had set up some type of semi-permanent structure, would have the more clearly defined social impulse to go on, to build empire. A third group, in which perhaps would be involved some of these Atlantean survivors themselves, who thereby took on and took over the rapid progress of certain social and racial groups, might have resulted in the rise of the mythological kingdoms of the remote past, these brilliant and wonderful states that came out of nothing and flourished, and gained so vast a reputation that men believed that they belonged to the gods. These Atlanteans who stayed could well have been gods walking among men, living with them, as Quetzalcoatl is said to have lived for many years, and finally either dying or departing. One interesting point in connection with this story is that although these gods did come and perform these services and were apparently divine beings, most of them are reported to have died. Two things. Either they went back to the sea, or else they remained and died. There are a number of accounts that they did remain and die. As, for example, the mound for the god Odin, or Wotan, which is still to be seen, the grave near Uppsala in Scandinavia. An ancient monumental mound said to be the graves of the gods. That these gods died of various causes is also suggested. And in some instances, the legends are so confused that it seems as though later generations, trying to preserve the heroic nature of these deities, did not wish to let it appear that they had died. Yet Osiris died at the hand of his brother Typhon. The ancient gods and godlings, though greatly revered, were in a strange way mortal. And out of this mortality came this descent, this benediction by which a new generation of rulers came into existence. And among some tribes these were supposed to be the continuous re-embodiments of the same ruler, as in the case of the Dalai Lamas and Panchen Lamas of Tibet. Thus, many things fitting together fit into Plato's narrative. The problem of disobedience, which caused the destruction of Atlantis, might also very well play into our situation, because these peoples are regarded as the originators of war. And war certainly was among the earliest indoctrinations of mankind. That primitive warfare probably existed in the most primitive society, we do not doubt. But the great political development of warfare also emerges in the dawn of modern time, in the dawn of our historical period. Yet there are scattered about the earth's ancient battlefields in which highly trained troops went into war thousands of years ago, thousands of years before the conquests of Alexander and Caesar, and perhaps long before the siege of Troy. The machines of war, the instruments, and the political and military theories of war also come down to us from a long, long ago. All of the nations had these things, had them as they had the better gifts and wiser givings. And by degrees we see this emergence. We see a great period of glory at the root, at the beginning, a tremendous virility, a tremendous vitality of consciousness, the magnificence of Babylon, the transcendent beauty of the great classical civilization of Egypt, the wonderful glory that was Greece, the ancient grandeur that was Rome. We see the ruins of these great achievements, and we perceive also that by degrees these ancient cultures have vanished, and that in their place, in many instances, the peoples involved continually declined, so that gradually the makers of these great cultures vanished entirely. There are no longer any ancient Egyptians. The modern Egyptian is an Arab. His dynasty of old is gone, and history closed him off almost 2,000 years ago. Yet he had a great time and fell into darkness. Why were so many of these great institutions so blackened, so darkened? And why were still earlier ones, of which only myth remains, also always falling away into darkness? It seems that the great vitality of these cultures was imparted from some level of knowledge, from some measure of understanding, more dramatic and dynamic than has ever since come to the world. That these early impacts lifted men dramatically to a great achievement, and then came the story of life as we know it, the story which is nothing more than man drifting away from the truths he has learned, compromising, selling out his principles, leaving the ancient footings of ethics and ideals, transgressing the laws of the great beings who came to him in the dawn. They warned him that this would be their own destruction, but the people would not listen. They continued to fall away, so that our history is largely a falling away from the great spiritual foundations and a drifting into material accomplishments, a drifting perhaps which Plato could cover under his concept of another Atlantis, in which man is submerged by the sea of his own thoughts and is drowned in the processes of his own mind. In any event, this, I think, is the Greco-Egyptian core of our subject, the farther core from which so much else has to come, and upon which we must build our next consideration, which will be to begin the analysis and examination of the various records in various areas dealing with this subject and the effort we shall make to evaluate them. And we thank you for being with us.
All right, that's the lecture, guys. We got through the whole thing. I'm pretty impressed. I don't want to. We'll go for another 20 minutes or so. I want to kind of mop up the awakening here. Things are going pretty well, I would say. So we might as well continue. Keep this momentum moving in the right direction. That's not a huge priority at the moment. The additional growth wouldn't be terrible. What else is here? Income from tradable resources would be nice, but that would take a long time to recruit. -5 upkeep for non-knight units. This technology tree is kind of... I mean, the strength of their technology is the confederations. But also their diplomacy is strong as well. Overseas diplomacy is strong as well. But some of the stuff, in comparison to some of the newer factions, it's pretty lackluster. Shibble says, you goddamn Canuck, you are like a streaming machine. Sometimes I'm a streaming machine and then I disappear for weeks on end. Warren says, I used to play Bretonia in multiplayer. They were very basic and simple, but they have everything you need to win. Yeah, you know what? Their cavalry is second to none, and they've got excellent doomstack capability. Their early game archers are fucking amazing. Their artillery is great. I love them. I love Bretonia. Sometimes simplicity is the way to go, but you can kind of tell that it's a Warhammer 1 faction. Like, it's a really well done Warhammer 1 faction, but not a lot has changed in Bretonia since Warhammer 1. This 2% income from farms will help a little bit, I suppose. So we'll go with that. I think we hit the Awakening first because that's their major settlement. and they've just gotten it to level 3. And then we do the Poxmarsh, and then wait and see what happens here. The lizards might come into the mosquito swamps here. I wouldn't mind having the mosquito swamps, but if the lizards want it, they can take it. But yeah, Moore says their infantry is shit, but they're only there to get your cav and artillery in position to wreck the enemy. Yeah, and like in multiplayer, you can use the peasant mobs to like bog down enemies and whatnot. But I'm definitely yeah, I think we'll save the money because we'll be able to upgrade the landed estate next turn instead. And let's just double check diplomacy, if there's anything we can do here.
King of the Vampire Coast.
King of the Vampire Coast. Ooh, shoot. That reminds me, I finished season 1 of Black Sails on YouTube. I purchased that, and I haven't purchased season 2 yet on YouTube, and one of my favorite shows. It's so good. It was a great series. Frickin' Stars. I think Stars also did. Stars also do. I think they also did the Spartacus series, maybe. Shibble says, does that mean that after this stream you will disappear? No, Rag, don't do it. Who will guide us without you? There's lots of guides out there. But no, I won't be disappearing for a while. I've got a lot of work to do. I'm leading up to May. Like, I want to try and... I don't know. The channel is turning 7 in May. And for me, it's kind of like, I don't know. 7 is... to me, it's kind of like a big number. So I kind of want to make it like, you know, as far as the channel goes, like a big deal out of the anniversary. So I want to go in strong leading up to that. So I've got a lot of stuff planned. I've got a lot of work to do. Tomorrow, I probably won't be... Well, I say that. I might stream in the evening. Maybe. But the plan is to stream in the morning with the boys again and do another, continue another co-op. Depending on who we have, it's either going to be dwarves, wood elves, or the co-op that we started today, which was in Lustria, and we all picked different human factions. But the plan is to stream a little bit in the morning with Anisius, John of Strategy, Chakanaka, and our good friend Comrade Guy. To do that in the morning, and then after I finish that, I have to go pick up the cooler for my new CPU. Which, if you haven't seen it, it's right here. I actually dropped it here a second ago. Hopefully, hopefully there's no damage. Ryzen 9. Oh, that's backwards. Yeah, Ryzen 9 5900X should be a big 12 cores, 24 threads. I'm super excited to get this thing into the machine. Yeah, can't wait. But I didn't want to install it without the cooler. It's been sitting here for a couple of days waiting for the cooler to arrive, and I was streaming earlier today and missed the delivery. Missed the delivery. Big surprise. But it's fine. I'll be able to pick it up tomorrow, and yeah, get it all installed. So,
what is your behest?
Shit. You have any movement? So depending on how well the installation goes and how long it takes me to get to the place to install it, depending on how long I stream in the morning, there might be an evening stream. I don't know. We'll see. We might run. I might run some. Probably gonna run some tests and see how it does. Martin says, "What do you like on your burger?" I'm not. Well, I like classic burgers: lettuce, tomato, onion with some cheese. Barbecue bacon burgers are really good. One of my favorites is a mushroom Swiss burger. I love a good mushroom Swiss burger. Yeah, we at my old work we used to have some really good burgers on the menu. We used to have like a sriracha burger. Alright, well this is going to save us quite a bit of time. It's probably going to do a fair bit of damage, but... yeah, a lot of damage. But we'll recoup some of... oh, 12 grand. It's tempting, but no. No, I'm going to avoid temptation. More says, ever install a CPU? I have installed 2 before, both on the rig that I have. I built my rig from scratch. Well, I mean, not from scratch. I mean, they're pretty easy to put together nowadays. They make them so that noobs like myself can put them together. But I completely built, like, all of the components for this PC I picked out and put together on my own. Did all of my own research and everything, and quite proud of the machine that I had. I mean, it's probably there are ways that, well, definitely there are ways that it could be improved. But still, with the budget that I was working with and the knowledge that I had going in, yeah, I'm quite proud of this little beast I've got here. But yeah, I've installed. It's pretty simple. Like it's So this is the AM4 socket, and it just literally just like it just fits right in into the grooves. There's like a little latch that you pull up, you fit it into the socket, and then you pull the latch down, and then like the thing that's gonna be really tricky, actually, I think, is the is installing the cooler, because every cooler has different sort of instructions, right? So I have to be very careful to follow the instructions properly, and hopefully I can get that bad boy installed. Because you know what, that's the other thing too, is I should check that, because I've got thermal paste here. I have to put and that's the other thing that's really tricky, is putting on the right amount of thermal paste, because if you put too much on, it can cause problems, or if you don't put enough on, it can also cause problems. So that's the nervous part. Plus, I'm not sure if thermal paste expires, because the tube of thermal paste that I have here is quite old. Morton says, I love getting new PC parts, but I hate it because there's always a 25% chance when you boot it up something will be wrong. Yeah, 20. Like I'm super nervous about doing it. Like I always get so nervous opening up the computer, because like static electricity can fry your circuits, right? Like it can be very problematic. And I live with 2 cats, so like static electricity is fucking everywhere where I live, or like in the current static. Yeah, I'm very nervous. Static electricity. That's another thing I have to find too, is I have like a grounding bracelet. It's basically just copper wires wrapped around in a circle. I don't know where that is, but it's got to be here somewhere. It's actually one of Bruce's favorite toys as well. But let's see if I can find that. Put my rubber gloves on as well. Just take every precaution possible, because yeah, if I were to it'll be a good opportunity actually to clean the computer out as well, because it's been a little while since I did a bit of dusting in there, which also affects performance.
The nation
calls.
By
armored in faith.
Marcus Wolfart says, hello again. Are you winning, Dad? We are always winning, Marcus. What are you talking about? Jibble says, that's why I always keep a friend who knows how to work with computers. Yeah. I don't know. Like, the thing is, like, my brother knows a shit ton about, like, the, like, coding and, all of like the inner workings of like the software and stuff, and yeah, but like hardware wise he doesn't really know much about hardware, right? Otherwise I would, you know, have him down here, you know, instructing me how to do it. But it's the great thing about YouTube is there's so many videos on how to do that sort of stuff nowadays. And like I said, like the computers, the way that they're made now as well, they're made in a way that, you know, anyone can put together a PC. You just gotta take your time and do your research, and you know, just be patient and do things properly, and it'll all work out, hopefully, anyway. Oh, there's rats over here too. Look at that.
Guardian of Bretonia. Armored in faith.
Alright, send a Shibble and Fairy Wyvern here over to the Poxmarsh. It would be amazing if we could do it with just them. Just the heroes. And that way Albert can just take a break and replenish in the Awakening. Probably not a bad idea to actually keep the Grail Shrine to get the corruption down. Also gives us a Grail Knight for... What's the odds now? Still decisive defeats. How much? 65 magic. Shibble says, I'm not everyone, I'm special. Well, we're all special. See, this is... Well, I guess it's not that risky. I'd like to keep Alberic here so that we can start moving this way. Though I guess it doesn't really matter. You know what? We might as well keep the army together. Well, let's just see. Let's just see if this makes any difference.
Attack!
Pyrrhic victory. Nobody dies. Here we go. And we just occupy. Maybe we should have sacked the settlement. Vow completed. Knightless Shabal. Look at that. Shabal finished his vow. We can start recruiting some cab for him as well. And Armor of the Midsummer Sun. Not bad. Alright, cool beans. I think this is where I'm going to call it a night. It's a little bit late for me. But, let me take my glasses off here. Oh my god. World is so blue suddenly. So the vampires, yeah, things are looking pretty good. I suspect that we'll be able to get defensive alliance with Wulfric at some point. He's at war with these guys, and I would imagine he'll end up at war with them. But he creates a great buffer for our maritime kingdom here. So, oh, you know what? We're going to have to come down and scoop up the Star Tower as well, this province, the Volcanic Islands, which is fine. It leads into our theme of a maritime empire. Morn says Night Raggy, and Shibble says thanks for the stream. Have a good one. Thanks for the conversation. Guys, it was a pleasure. I appreciate all of the great conversation tonight, all of the great comments. I learned a lot from you boys. Learned a little bit from our lecturer that we had on here, courtesy of the Library of Alexandria. If you guys are interested in more of that stuff, check out the channel. Lots of lectures on there by Manly P. Hall. I'm not sure if there... I would imagine there's some other lecturers on there as well. But, yeah. Have yourselves a wonderful evening. And I will see you guys all again very, very soon, I'm sure. Have a great night. Ragnarok out.